Welcome to our first Backlog bonanza in Mario Maker 2 in quite a long time. Given that so far we have spent so much of 2022 returning to cover Mario Maker 1 instead, we're going to begin today with a little bit of unfinished business. This level was one that we had featured at the very end of my previous viewer level stream from almost 2 weeks ago before we went on a very brief travel hiatus. And this was a fantastic level that we had to abort due to an emergency end of stream. And so we're going to go back and continue it today. It's Little Puzzle Adventure 4, and it is one of a series by Sahara Min, which are comments on adventure puzzles. And this one was submitted to me by Bandit Otter, who is also the person who currently holds the world record of 4 minutes. So, let's get back into it. Mechanically speaking, it's fairly easy going, which is good news because at this point, I think in this game, I am quite rusty. Okay, comments are still on from last time, which is great because the gong says passengers bound for something or other, but let's kind of stay in this spot so we don't manipulate it too much. East Koopa City Station, please proceed through the second floor pipe. Yeah, I think we need to remember that from previous experience where we don't need to go through the first pipe, but let's stomp on one of these passengers anyway and take a shell for good measure. And Xeon, you need to go back to Mario Maker 2. Yeah, this is my first day back to it in quite some time. Thank you for choosing Telepipe. Let's go back in. Oh, I didn't even read what the other guy said. Like I said, I did play through a big chunk of this level 2 weeks ago, but I don't remember that much about it. The POW blocks aren't going to load themselves. And you finished just about everything to do in Triangle Strategy. I see. Yeah, I have to get started on that at some point. I don't know if it's something I will have time to stream. Do let me know how many hours that took you, by the way. I'm sure to take longer given how I normally proceed for turn-based strategy. I want to compare my Fire Emblem playtimes to other people's. But anyway, yeah, so this was the International Criminal Court. We remember this part. It is ICC Limited, and there is a code entry at some point that we needed to return to. Samuel, you're a huge fan of this level. Yes, so was I. We just couldn't finish it the last time I played it because I did have a bit of an emergency in stream. Yeah, so last time I actually did get as far as punching in the correct code and dispensing the trampoline. I don't remember what we did for that because I didn't take notes at the time, but today I do have my scratch pad open. So we're going to come in a little more prepared. 100 for every scenario across 4 playthroughs. That is considerable. But the first run does sound fairly lean, given how the pace of the game seemed to look. And yeah, I was just dropping by a friend's stream earlier today who had just started Chapter 4, so I have not really spoiled myself or anything, but good to see that the game has apparently been a big success from what I hear. Have you seen a lava fish? Oh yes, okay, coupon code. Yeah, we remember this because the PlayStation code here basically corresponds to sets of binary digits. Let's bring out the notepad and jot this down. We haven't done this in a long time, this escape room notepad that I have here. It's going to be XX square circle triangle. X square circle and triangle strategy. Will you look at that? Yeah, and Bang and Luca, welcome. You're saying the pacing of the game is far more unpredictable in Octopath. Yeah, I got sidetracked in Octopath and I never got around to finishing it, which is too bad considering how much I heard about, well, people raving about the final boss, basically, as a pretty spectacular thing to see. Like, I've been away from Octopath for almost 4 years at this stage, and I would probably have to just start a new file if I went back to it. So, let's take a look. And, yeah. And yeah, and Mario, as you were saying, that's exactly what happened with this level. I just had to bail out of it unexpectedly. And I was also gone for the past week and a half due to travel and some other things. So as soon as I got back to streaming Maker 2, I knew I wanted to continue this one, and this guy's digging for treasure. Yeah, that's... Oh yeah, and then we have this coin up here, which we're not going to do anything with at the moment because we don't have the trampoline, nor am I going to do a shell jump. That's okay, that coin at least is accounted for. We have this, you know what, we can just upthrow the coin, and upthrow the shell rather. I think I did that last time as well. And let's just abandon the shell for the time being, that's one less complication to work with. And enter here instead. Good evening, mademoiselle. Do you have a reservation? No. But we'll enter anyway. Right, these are the kitchens. The food is delicious, and the lava fish was in another room. The place is owned by the mob. They're paying protection money. Paying it, rather. The rubble outside is probably something to do with bombardment with the Koopa that's trapped in a corner. But we will get to that. You get out of the kitchen. So this restaurant has delicious food. We interpreted that last time to mean that the goomrats in the freezer are the food that is being served, and that we have to walk one of them as an object that we throw into the lava fish's mouth, and then it gets up and walks and then stamps on something, and that is located off screen to the left. We tried it with shell previously. That doesn't work. I think we do need a goomrat. Something that thing's mouth. Will you feed the lava fish? Yeah, so we need to find a goomrat. And this guy is going to unlock something useful. And I think we actually did try to get up here last time with a spin jump up to the top left and discovered that was nothing. Like spin jump on top of a Koopa shell. You know, by hijacking a shell from one of these poor employees in the kitchen, trying to earn his minimum wage. So yeah, triangle strategy, like I said, really looking forward to playing it. I just don't know if I'll have time to do it on stream. Given that, I think the previous record holder for the longest game I featured on stream was probably Origami King, and that wasn't too long. That was maybe about 30 to 40 hours of stream time. But you know, with something like Triangle Strategy, if I do record it, I would want to make sure I can actually finish it. So, 100 seconds so far. We'll eventually hit the flag and keep the coin. I think these checkpoints are matched, but I don't remember, so we're still exploring. Yeah, we've been here previously. We need the spring to get past this and to get the muncher out of the way, I think. So we'll tap the flag and enter that pipe in just a bit. Let me just see if I missed anything else. This room here was the shopping mall. We had been here previously. Bring up a bomb through a door to reset its timer. And yeah, that's for the clearing of the rubble in the right side that we had considered earlier. So right now I just need to go back to find the matching binary digits for the code, and I believe that is going to be on the other side of this pipe, if I recall. So yeah, nothing we can do up here yet until we pow the muncher. I think that's really the only way it's going to go. Also, I haven't thought so much about the symbols in these boxes. There was another one that we had seen in one of the other rooms with a muncher gate, but we hadn't really considered what they might be. So we are going to hit timeout fairly soon, but let's see here. This guy used to work at the International Criminal Court. He doesn't anymore, probably for some ethical violation. This guy saw the lava fish, so did I. I'm sure he feels special. What about this guy in the bottom? He's the one who gives me the code, isn't he? Anyway, this guy's going to talk about the lava fish being a herbivore. Okay, that's code. Wait, let's count up again. It's going to be... We're going to hit timeout in just a moment, so we just need to hit the comment. Binary numbers, give it to me quick. Circle, cross, triangle, square. Let's jot this down. Notepad up. Circle, cross, triangle, square. Now, we determined last time that this is actually sufficient to give me the 10-digit code with the POWs that are in the code entry room, if we just translate accordingly. So this is going to give me, what is it? 0101. Let's space this. This is why I keep my notes monospaced, just for convenience. Circle and triangle. And we'll keep this key in mind in case it's relevant to some of the other symbols that we've seen on screen so far. But so for now, let's just pop the note screen off. Let's hit timeout and resume at a checkpoint, which is really only going to make a minor difference here of giving us coin 1. And preserving that. So back to the ICC we go for the code entry, which will give me the spring. And that is, I believe, as far as we progressed last time, pretty much. Okay, so the code entry is going to be 0101 110010. Anyway, the mechanism is going to do its job. It will hopefully not be broken by any kind of partial activation of the POWs while we're waiting for things to happen, but I'm sure that it's just removing some obstructions that allow you to grab the spring and get out. Great. So now we have a couple of ideas for what to do with this, mostly involving the muncher gates that we saw earlier. And so let's just scroll back around and see what we can do. We don't want this yet. As I said before, the next key item that we'll be looking for is likely going... whoops, let's be careful here and spring to the left. I was dropping it in that position because I wanted to pick it up on the other side. That was maybe slightly ill-advised. Anyway, let's punch in the code. We may have to do this several times. And what is 010111? I think this was correct. I was trying to do it from memory there without the notepad open. That was incorrect. Oh, no, that's right. Never mind. All right. Let's get back over here and redo this part. And yeah, so this is the square room. Okay, let's do that. Let's grab this guy and proceed. Okay, this is new. We have not seen this previously. This looks like it is the safety coin eventually. This is the boss's place. Am I lost? Yeah, more or less. Teach me a lesson. Oh, count on... Oh, coupon code. Coupon code... Something, XX, something, something... Okay, so it looks like there are probably multiple codes that are keyed into the code room then, and let's jot this down. And I believe it does say coupon code. But I don't think the letters that are scratched out particularly matter. But we'll get it anyway. And we'll mark the blank spots here. And I guess we will probably need to clean up the rest of that afterwards and see what it matches up to. So yeah, it looks like maybe it is kind of a series of multiple objects that are tied to that key that we saw earlier, so we'll see how that goes. I wonder if we can enter this pipe, if we can launch something to that position, but maybe not. Looks like ultimately we'll need to activate an on-off switch and then come back and grab the safety coin and go through the door last. So that should be the final exit. And Lantis, welcome. Okay. Let's get in here. For those curious, by the way, I will punch in the level code in the chat. We do need a POW to activate here in order to get rid of the muncher, so that's not something we can deal with yet. Used to work at ICC, etc. Yeah. And okay, this was just a clue room. We didn't need that yet. And let's go back and see what we could do with this. Because we'll check this. We have not checked the kitchens or anything. This looks like it's going to be bomb related. Although a bomb would be within range of the question block as well, and maybe that's not going to be ideal. We haven't really scoped around here to see what else is reachable. That is a triangle, which is probably going to be important later on. Given that we do have this correspondence between binary digits and whatever else. So yeah, currently our objective would be to finish the coupon code, if we can, which is missing 3 digits. And let's see if there's anything we can manipulate here. Yeah, get your fresh vegetables here. So we need some way to release those guys, and it will probably involve using a bomb that you can toss onto the other side to blow up the blocks underneath. And that's what the bomb clue is for as well. So we want to get a bomb, and I currently don't really see how that's going to happen safely. We can launch a shell over here to the right, and that wouldn't quite do the job. Because that would kill that, and then that would allow me to send another object over, and it would just knock out the bomb. I don't think that's going to be what we need to do. I don't know if the bombs are obtainable at this location. It looks like that might be the idea, but we sell high quality springs. I've already got one. And I think it will probably be the coupon code that gives me an object like the bomb. I'm just looking at this here and trying to determine whether getting rid of any of the other spike vendors is going to give me access to any of these objects. I don't think that's the case. But anyway, the vegetables match up to the diet of the fish that we had heard about earlier. Coupon code something something yeah. That's not something that matches up to what we needed earlier. The XX secondary code is something that we still need to complete. Suspicious person. Oh wait, is this guy gonna keep talking? Let's reset the comment. Suspicious person. Better not catch you sneaking around the boss's place. Might be bad for your health. I wonder if we need to go back and sneak around a boss's place, because that is the main thing that is unlocked by the spring, and so far we haven't actually achieved anything in doing so. So let's just go back and give this another go. Anyway, let's read the messages again. Something about sneaking around. I don't know if that's relevant. So that's going to be the square room. We found a triangle, we found a circle. We haven't found a cross room yet. And this over here looks mildly suspicious, but we'd probably have to blow it up for that to release something spawn blocked. We didn't really look at the main entrance to see if there is anything that we can manipulate over there. The POW blocks aren't. Get to work your lazy turtles. The POW blocks aren't going to load themselves. Yeah, so it looks like we need to make something happen on the lower level here in order to load a POW block or something up here, or even have that activate such that this muncher gets destroyed. Because I'm thinking about what we can do about that muncher, because even if we release the gate, we do need a way to traverse across it safely. We don't have that yet. And the passenger's bound for such and such, yeah. You know what? Nope. No entry on that floor. That's okay, we were about to hit timeout anyway. Let's see. I was kind of wondering there if anything else could be entered, and that so far does not appear to be the case. So let's try to recover our progression. Our progression so far takes us to obtaining the trampoline and nothing else. So yeah, eventually there will be a second code. I don't know if it's just going to be a rotation of this code, actually. Given that it also has an XX on it, but with XX on a different set of digits. I have no reason to believe that's the case, though, so let's just stick with the current plan. And see what happens. Unless it's just replacing the existing code with XX in the middle. But again, I have no reason to believe it. I should probably continue to search for more evidence. I'm trying to remember where I found that code fragment now that I think about it. Because where did I even see that? Yeah, so this here... I wonder if scrolling the camera once I'm up there is going to do anything. Coupon code. Oh, here's a coupon code. We didn't see this guy earlier. Circle, triangle, square, square, X. Circle, triangle, square, square, X. That's going to be... Yeah. Red Cuba, so we denote this stuff properly. I need to remember where I found the other code earlier. Whoops. This code is going to be, what is it? 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1. Let's go back and do that then and see what happens. Code room is going to be at the ICC. We'll do that. I keep referring to it as the International Criminal Court, but it could just as easily be Ice Crown Citadel. Or just something to do with the Code Commission. Anyway, let me just look at my notes quickly. We're going to punch in that code we just got from Red Koopa, which is going to be 1, 0 here, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, and we'll hit this. And we'll give ourselves a POW. Great. A POW is fantastic, in fact. It allows me to get past a number of other things, mostly involving munchers. There is that one muncher gate that was past a pipe that we couldn't traverse earlier. Let's just try to remember where everything is. It was the shop. Oh yes, that was for coin 2. Except in order to do this, we need to be able to hold both objects. Or have some other way to get up there, for example, a cape feather. So we're not going to be able to obtain this just yet. Unless, of course, we later get it, maybe a shelmet, and then jump up there using the trampoline instead. There was the POW loading bay that was at the very beginning of the level. That is probably the best way to go, given that, well, yeah, we would need to chuck the POW into the muncher to get rid of the muncher and the spike as a double stack. And from there, we will be able to do something. Get to work, you lazy turtles. Let's scroll the camera down and find POWs that are not going to load themselves. The skewer is mostly there to prevent me from doing anything. Whoops, I probably didn't want to load that POW. I probably need a larger stack, but let's test this anyway. I'm guessing that you did need all 4 in order to do something here. Yeah, actually, no, this is a problem because I need to recover the POW that I had earlier now. Okay, that was a bad idea. We needed to preserve every POW. Let's enter the code again. Yeah, keeping a notepad this time is a significantly better idea. It also kind of gives you a midpoint save, or if you are continuing past a certain level of item progression. Okay, so here's the POW, and let's continue. Whoops, no, let's not run into this guy. Let's go around, and this time let's be a little more responsible about the Koopas. And the foreman down there is still talking, even though he is dead. Let's just not hit the Koopas. That seems like a bad idea in general, so let's just stand aside. Let them do their thing until the POWs have been accounted for. And then we'll see what the mechanism is going to be. Oh, there we go. Bomb. And that's coin. Great. That is all we need there, I think. Issue is... yeah, so the checkpoint is a doubled checkpoint, so we can head down and save at any time. We had better do that. And then think about what we need next. Because doing that with the POW didn't allow me to progress anywhere else just yet. Because we do eventually need a bomb to do that. Now, it might give me something with the shop, though. Particularly with the P-balloon vendor in the shop, which would then allow me to maybe sneak around some locations that we ordinarily hadn't considered. Now, the P-balloon also allows you to get past a number of the Muncher Gate rooms and possibly even go to the pipe. However, here, whacking this with a POW isn't actually going to get me far enough to touch a P-balloon. We would need some other means here. Whacking this guy on the top right, I don't know if that'll do much. Yeah, we clearly need to bomb the bottom right. So we need to think about what the POW will do for me in this room. Little cafe with pastries and baking, view of the city, dazzling, breathtaking. You're breathtaking. Yeah, this was the first coupon for the spring. We don't need that. You sell high quality springs, etc. So, if we take a shell at a certain location, what can we do with it? Like, if we fire POW at some point here, it's going to wreck everything that is grounded. And that is likely not going to be that helpful. But the POW clearly gets me past one of these. And I just need to think about what object I can manipulate after that. Unless, of course, all of these objects have to be acquired coupon-wise. And Loop and Snoop, it is already taint o'clock, I would guess. And of course, that's the perfect time to be timing out. And yeah, Loop and Snoop, you know you've been staying up far too late when you can even catch my stream. Hope you've been doing well, incidentally. Okay, so yeah, we have the code for the POW that got me the second coin, but we don't know what else that is useful for yet. So let's go back and at least try to get back to that. And yeah, we'll do POW again unless I see something else that I will need the spring for. But currently, I think the way to think about it is to see what else I can unlock with the POW by taking out the Spike and Muncher stacks. And until we see that, well, finally healed after all these infections. I didn't know you were infected. But yeah, that does not sound even remotely pleasant. Okay, so we took out the Muncher over here. We didn't check the top level here. We've checked the middle level already. Like the third one here, because we used the trampoline earlier to raise the Muncher out of this pipe. We didn't check this guy, though. And indeed, that gives you progression. Okay, great. So we've done two things now that require the POW. The remaining coins that need to be accounted for. We have one that is tucked behind the Muncher, we have one that is the safety, and we have one that is unknown, but probably involves the lava fish clue, like the whole progression with the lava fish that we haven't managed to do yet. And yeah, let's see what we can do then. Might be bad for your health. Yeah, so the thing I was thinking about doing earlier was to enter the pipe that was above the mob bosses in their room if we managed to get the P-Balloon. That seems to be something critical at some point. So far, the POWs have mainly served to get me the additional coins that we just saw. And yeah, Lupin's Noob, that sounds like it was just going to disable you all around in every meaningful way. That series of impairments. So yeah, glad you're out of that hole, quagmire. Had time to find out about a formaldehyde allergy as well. I mean, how often would it come up? Anyway, this guy didn't really tell me anything additional, right? To redeem an item, please enter the item coupon code. Yeah, so we still have one partial code that we haven't completed yet, and it seems like finding the remaining piece of that code is the main thing we should be thinking about at the moment. One additional thing that we have not used is all of this information that we have with the stray symbols that we have seen elsewhere, which might be the pieces to complete that, but we don't know that yet because I don't know how they would fit into the order. The partial code we have right now is something XX something something. And I guess if we think about it in a certain order, you can get like triangle first, or we'll see, because I think that's going to be relevant somehow in a way that we just haven't been able to place just yet. Yeah, we have a square here, but again, we have a bit of an ordering issue. I don't know where it will fit into the sequence. We've gotten past this room with a spring previously, but that is not really enough to work with. Notice how in these rooms, as I was saying earlier, you can get around completely using the P-Balloon once you do acquire it, but that seems to be a much later part of the progression. A lot of cosmetics and soaps use chemicals that degrade to formaldehyde as a preservative. Yeah, so yeah, that's being used as a remedy for all of the other afflictions. You can see why that situation would get out of control pretty quickly. We should go back to one of the other clue rooms, I think, because... Good evening, mademoiselle. Do you have a reservation? That hasn't seemed relevant to me yet. Mostly I'm scoping around for seeing which of the spikes I should kill, like which of the munchers we should just get through directly. We know that we will eventually need to work our way to the Goomrat, but a sequence seems to be bomb and then Goomrat. Oh, also Spiny Hat. Yeah, Spiny Hat would account for the muncher that we saw earlier. Sacre bleu, I'm surrounded by incompetents. You, get out of the kitchen. This guy's not going to give me a code, is he? No, not you. Keep chopping the vegetables. Okay. Yeah, we have the contextual information we need for a lot of this stuff. It's just that we're still missing a couple of vital pieces. No way I'm climbing into that thing's mouth. Well, yeah, we know we're supposed to drop something over here, dropping the Goomrat, but we can't really do that just yet. This is nothing. We had established that previously. Nugukaza, welcome. Nugukaza, we have not yet obtained the P-Balloon that is present in this level. I also recently saw, I think on probably Maker Reddit, that somebody was so proud of their, P-balloon clear check that took dozens and dozens of hours, and I was thinking, oh, you'd probably just have the record nailed down on that soon enough if you haven't already. You saw Q made a comeback in Star Trek. Oh, you mean in the new Picard series, I'm guessing. I'm way behind on Star Trek. I have not followed any sort of modern era post-Enterprise Trek series at all, so... But I would guess that you're talking about the Picard show, because I can't imagine that Q would be doing much else. Nuku Kaza, I will need to dig that up myself. I didn't notice the code at the time. It was just somebody talking about their P-balloon clear check sometime in the past week. I'll have to look it up, because I don't check into places like Maker Reddit all that often. Okay, so it's got to be something to do with the shop room, I think. The only thing that we have really seen that I can interact with remaining is the shop room. Suspicious person, better not catch you sneaking. I don't even remember how I got the scrap of code earlier, in fact. Because if I can go back to that room, that would be significant. So yeah, I'm looking at this and thinking, okay, so which vendor can I kill? It's not going to be this guy. This guy, I need bombs in order to release the Goom Rats past one-way panel. I think that's very clear. Bomb vendor, no, because the only thing I can do, even if I do take him out, I can take a shell over it, but that would just kill the bombs entirely. This guy over here, I feel like using a POW and then carrying a shell is going to be relevant, but it's not going to be what reaches the P-balloon. I feel like at some point when we do grab a bomb, it is going to start activated, and then we need to hot potato it over to the relevant location. And the POW kills everything, but we still don't have a way to reach these guys. And... like, we have 0 on the clock. Let's rethink that, because I think it's going to be something to do with this room. Oh, did I actually hit checkpoint to preserve all 3 coins? No, I didn't. So we'd better go back and redo the one that was up front. And remember to save this time, which I totally neglected. So let's go back. So yeah, I don't know what function would really be served by using... like, we would need to use an object to dislodge one of the bombs, I think. Let me just check my cheat sheet again. It's going to be this, this, and this. So that's going to be the POW. We'll go back, grab coin 3 just to redo that quickly, and then we'll need to come back and grab another POW. Again, using the same code. Let's go around. Yeah, notice that particular instances like this, where you have to get through this room. There's no particular clue pointing to this. You do need to figure it out yourself. Like I said, we already checked pipes 1 and 3 and determined there was nothing. Let's save this quickly, just so we don't run into the same mishap. And yeah, like I was saying earlier, we didn't really think about whether there was anything else to manipulate here in this clue room. A lot of piping, used to work at ICC. Let's listen to this guy before the mob took over. Is he saying anything else? No, I live here in the slums. Okay, that's on loop. Oh, I hadn't thought about using the buzzy shells at all. Are the buzzy shells relevant somewhere. Because I didn't even think about the buzzy shells as something that I could keep. And that could be interesting. And yes, indeed, Nugukaza, that's kind of the whole concept of this whole series of levels by Sahara Min. That they are dialogue-driven comments on adventures. And like I was saying previously, don't really know how to order these objects yet, but maybe the structure of these platforms is relevant to that. Because I feel like we've been given 3 shapes that are not X's that are going to fit around the XX in the code that we saw earlier. And that we kind of need to decipher how that arrangement is going to go. But I don't have a good way of doing that yet, because, yeah, you can look at this. And so you can see, once again, another arrangement here. So these arrangements of blocks look like pieces of like a QR code format or something, and unfortunately I do not read QR code like by hand. But they do kind of look like that, don't they? Like this bit here. It clearly means something. Let's take a look at this slot here again. It gives you 4 spots. I don't know if that's be relevant. Like, these patterns do look interesting. Like, this gives you sort of a 1, 2, and 4 in terms of how does vacated. Possibly it's telling you that these arrangements correspond to these digits. But then we would need to look for some kind of geometric arrangement in the wild that's going to correspond to that, and we don't have that yet. It feels like it is a clue that is not relevant to me yet, and which we'll have to encounter later. So yeah, a couple of things we haven't considered then. Either that, or we're going to have, say, these correspond to things like, you know, this would be to number 5, maybe. Because we're missing digits 1, 4, and 5. So supposing that, so let's say this is 4. And for totally arbitrary reasons, because it doesn't fit anywhere else, let's say this is 1. I have no reason to believe this is 1, apart from the 1 block. Actually, no, we should maybe be thinking in binary, though. But if I can recover the code scrap that we saw earlier, the code fragment, then we might be set. This stuff looks decorative, but it's a 1-up. Okay, that's fine. I don't know if it matters that fire-wise we count 7. I don't think that means anything. Notice how the door placements kind of have a sort of ordering to themselves as well, that this looks like it's kind of 2nd position, 3rd position. I mean, we can do something totally speculative here and say that a triangle is going to be 5. And which one was circle and square? Let's take a look again. Square is going to be 1, which is totally arbitrary by process of elimination. And that this is going to be 4. So this is just going to be a guess. Let's bring up the notes. So let's say we have something XX something something, and we will try square XX circle triangle. It's going to be likely nothing. But yeah, because I feel like I have insufficient information to actually surmise the thing that I'm trying to surmise here. But we'll try it. This is just a guess. Let's mark this down as a guess so we don't get confused. And then something will give me either a bomb or a P-balloon. But I really do not believe this will be a valid code anyway, so let's just try it on a whim. Now, let's see here. I'm going to bring up the notepad. Square, X, X, circle, triangle. Probably nothing. Yeah, didn't think so. Okay, so that's wrong. I'll just delete that guess. Yeah, we didn't have anywhere near the information to be doing something like that. Given the level so far, I feel like the actual clue is going to be much clearer and much fairer. I noticed the 1-ups all over the place. I don't know if they're just there as an exploration bonus or if their placement is going to matter to us in the long run. But yeah, so we have a couple of things we haven't done yet. We haven't used a Buzzy shell, which I do have access to, and we haven't used a red shell anywhere else. Let's see. This looks very obviously like bomb plus spawn block. Also, the fact that you can get out of that pipe from below, I don't know if that's going to be anything interesting. The fact that you can stand on a POW and jump up to the right, I wonder if that allows you to reach anything, in fact. Let's maybe try that. Because we haven't actually gone up to that platform manually. And hey, Terminator, welcome. Hope you've been doing fine. Okay, let's do this once again. We have 7 seconds, it's not worth it. We'll just come back here for the POW. We have saved coin 3, so at least we're not burning quite as much time. And yeah, let's go to the POW. And let's see if we can tap this in quickly. After a little while, you just remember the positions where POW remains active. So for the POW sequence, I'm just remembering 1, 2, 4, 9, and then it's going to give me a POW over here. Great. Welcome to ICC Limited, etc. Yeah. Yeah, it was the spring to the mob boss room earlier that I think gave me that code fragment that I was looking for. This is still... I feel like P-Balloon is eventually going to get me up there and give me some kind of relevant information. What were we doing with the POW? What was I about to do? It was something important. Oh yes, I was going to ride this out to whatever lies above here. Because that's one thing we can do with the POW that we haven't done yet. We could have done that with a spring equally as well. Whoops, let's not accidentally hit this thing though. There we go. There we don't. Feel like we needed an additional object to maybe stomp on. Because we can do a spin jump above that, perhaps, and then... Nope, we did that incorrectly. So, okay, the fact that that pipe is open is really important. That's actually a major thing we have not checked yet. A Terminator, if I have time at the end of the stream, I will see, because I don't know how long I'll be able to stay today. But thanks for letting me know that you do have something new, and we'll see if we can take a look at that later. I do have a pretty big list to get through today, but we'll keep that in mind. Normally when I do backlog days, we do make some decisions based on who shows up anyway, so as you probably know from experience. You know, it's probably easier if I just used a spring on the right side, and so we don't interfere with the POW. Let's do spring instead then. Let's go back to spring. It's something we could have checked with a spring in the first place. And what do we got here is going to be this pattern. And we'll wait for the spring. And then we'll take the spring up to the top right. Yeah, Terminator, I don't know if you've still been doing one screens lately. I know you were on a bit of a one screen kick. Or if you've been branching out to some other puzzle styles. There's so much puzzle content in this game to catch up on. There were multiple puzzle contests going on at once in recent weeks. One was a one-screen contest, one was decidedly not. There was also the Tower Escape. That was quite a different format that I am hoping to catch up on. Okay, let's try to do a spin jump above this guy and get up here. Aha! Now that's interesting. Except we would need to take a spring in here. And I feel like we actually needed P-Balloon for this, in fact. P-Balloon wouldn't allow you to grab this, but it does account for the coin, which is important. That this is the first that we have seen of that coin. So yeah, it looks like trampoline is going to be required. You would take a trampoline here, you would jump up, you would then grab the second trampoline here. You would take it to the second column to the right, and you would jump over, and then you would still need to retrieve some trampolines from across the one-way panels in order to have a third one available on the right at the very end of that. So the idea is that you have two trampolines that you trade back and forth until you get one of them to the right side, or you could just come in with a P-Balloon. I feel like the idea is to come here with the P-Balloon. In fact, there's nothing obstructing that except the P-Balloon would make me wonder what this spring is for. Like, I don't know what the spring even does for you if the P-Balloon is part of this solution. But anyway, so all coins are now accounted for, actually, because we have this one, we have the safety, and we have the one that is hidden behind the muncher that we saw earlier. Which seems to require POW plus some additional object, because if we take a look... Now, the safety coin does require the on-off switch. We don't know what activates the on-off switch so far, but it might be something to do with the entire lava fish sequence that we've steadily been mapping out. Now, so yeah, the issue here is that if you get rid of the muncher, you still need a way to get the coin. And so the main issue is that we're just missing one code piece, I think. Because yeah, even if you do... I mean, I feel like the way to do this is actually with red spiny shelmet. Spiny shelmet allows you to carry a spring over here while wearing the shelmet, and then you punch through here. The only place that we've seen the spiny hat so far is in the kitchen, and I think that's just a visual signifier. I think the idea is that you do the lava fish trade, and that will probably give you something like the spiny hat. I don't know how the pea balloon's going to fit into that sequence, though. And I, once again, don't know how these guys are going to fit into anything else. Like these buzzy shells, whether a buzzy wake up does anything for you at any point. Wasn't that scary? Yeah. So the main thing is the missing parts of the code and the shop. I wonder if we're supposed to read these patterns some other way. Like, this is the thing that I haven't been able to decipher yet, is these shapes that are placed around the bunchers. I kind of get the sense that I wasn't supposed to access the top right pipe yet either, in fact, with the little bit of trickery that we had here, that maybe was supposed to be out of reach for the time being. Like, you're going to have some bombardment over here. And possibly is like access to something basically that we would need to transport a spring with us. I don't know about that. 30 seconds left. We're likely going to lose on this attempt. Also, we haven't really gone up here and done anything on the ceiling. Do you have a reservation? Yeah, we shouldn't be assaulting too many random members of staff. It is very tempting as soon as you grab the POW to just do all that. Let's read some of the dialogue here in this room. I feel like maybe we might have missed something. These were just the clues about the lava fish and the rubble, which seems like it's something that you need to bomb in order to unblock something. So yeah, no new information yet. Let's grab the spring and go back to the mob boss room. Because I feel like we need to do something about that code reconstruction that we haven't quite determined yet. Yeah, but the important thing is that we do know where all the coins are, and that's going to be pretty significant. Welcome to ICC, etc. Yeah. Now, I'm pretty sure we had already checked all of the available pipes at the very start. Also, camera-wise, I don't think that's going to give me anything for the time being. Yeah, let's just go back to this room here. Suspicious person. Let's see what this guy says once again. Sneaking around the boss's place. Yeah, that seems like something that we have been trying to do, and not very successfully. This thing over here. We'll grab this. We'll take it back. Am I lost? Yeah, pretty much. Teach for a lesson not to come snooping around here. We did need the spring here. Oh, in the previous room, could I have crossed using the POW? No. I could not have crossed using the POW. So yeah, the idea is that I wanted to check this pipe with the P-balloon once I get the P-balloon. Also, the fact that this block can be hit once, I do wonder about this. Ah, there's the coupon code that we saw much earlier. Scratch piece of paper. Something XX, something, something. I wonder if coupon code, like the scratched out letters, means something like P, C, and O. Nothing there really corresponds to the triangle, though. Like, I wonder if we are supposed to look for the letters P, C, and O to correspond to the 3 missing digits in order. Let's go back and look at some of those shapes. This doesn't look anything like a P, C, or an O. I don't think it's relevant at all. Unless there's something about like QR code letters that I don't understand. Let me think about this for just 1 second, in fact, because I'm going to... I can't show this on screen, but I'm going to see if maybe there's like some kind of QR code letter type key that we should be using. I don't think so. Like, I don't think we have the information to really do anything of that complexity. So I think I'm not approaching that the right way. So yeah, we need to fill in this code. That's the main roadblock right now. And it's possible that I just haven't explored enough of the level to see some kind of critical text box. Something XX, something, something. Yeah, we just don't know how to fill that in. I don't know which other locations I have not already checked. We should make sure we take the time to let text clues load in. Of course. Yeah, the main thing here being the shop. Let's see if there's anything else. So we've come here with a POW, we've come here with a spring. And it looks like everything is just going to be based on the coupon codes. Until such time as I'm able to bomb the right side here. Which would be within range of dropping one Goomrat over. There is a problem with that, which is that even if you destroy everything on the right, in order to get past this location, you would need to whack the muncher with a POW. If you whack the muncher with a POW, it also kills any of the Goomrats that are grounded. Possibly, though, the 2 stack that you see on the right side gets released, but that wouldn't be within bomb range. Like, the bottom right tile is not within bomb range right now. So the way I was thinking about this is that with the bottom right, like if you sneak a bomb and you throw it just past this muncher, is going to destroy this block. It's going to destroy the spike. It is also going to destroy... Yeah, it's going to release the single Goomrat that's on the left. It's not going to release the double that's on the right. We actually have no way to reach the double. So I think you do, in fact, have to get all of these through codes, which is something that we hadn't really considered properly. We hadn't thought about the poem either. Little cafe with pastries and baking. Little cafe. Pastries and baking. We haven't used that clue. Little cafe with pastries and baking. I mean, we found a kitchen earlier. And yeah, it's like these are skyscrapers or something. And there's some kind of view of the city. Yeah, I mean, each of these buildings are designed in such a way that they do represent objects. Like, you know, this is supposed to be the hotel with the kitchens, and then you have the exhaust coming out here. So yeah, this was the hotel. Food here is delicious. One by the mob. I think we've pretty much mined everything we can out of this clue. The paper says the lava fish was spotted near the restaurant. Yeah, we just don't have that fragment. Looking at everything here to see if there's going to be anything relevant. It's not how you cook the sauce, you do it over. This looks like a bombable location. Ah, yes, no, that's how you get to Goomrat. Is you take a bomb here. Right here. So the question is, how do we get the bomb? And the best candidate for that appears to be through the coupon code. Particularly because in order to get a bomb over to this location, you need to be fairly quick about taking it across. So let's just kind of retrace our steps and think about where the bomb path is going to be. Because, yeah, if you receive a bomb, you kind of need to take it through doors to refresh it on your way over. The guy here even gives you a bit of dialogue telling you so. Bring a bomb through a door or a pipe to reset its timer, and that's what we were hoping to do. We sell high quality springs. I wonder if the code is just a rotation. Given that the two digits that we received earlier, I have 3 seconds, I won't be able to show this. So the only thing that we got from the incomplete coupon code so far is XX. We don't know how to fill in the other 3. We've tried a kind of guesswork order already using this. And you know what? Let's check this. Nothing, okay. Not a very thorough job of it. Yeah, we don't know how to use any of those codes, but let's try to do just a rotation, because there's an XX that was in the pattern that gave us the spring. It was XX circles, sorry, XX square circle triangle. So why don't we just shift everything 1 digit over? Again, this is a pure guess. I doubt it will be the actual solution. But we may as well try it and see. Because this is clearly the sticking point right now. It's just not being able to find the rest of that code. Hey, you know what? It was a rotation. Okay, let's jot this down, actually. You know, that occurred to me a long, long ago when I first got the XX code, but at that point I was still thinking that we would still need to complete that information somehow. So this coupon code XX is actually just this thing except you rotate triangle up front. And so the code that we just punched in was instead 1001011100. That gives you bomb. So yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know about that clue. I think that clue kind of depends on you to recognize that you've exhausted other possibilities. Let's take the notepad off for just one moment again. And now we'll continue. So now we know how to do the sequence to the lava fish. And we'll just sustain the bomb for as long as possible. We can also bomb some of those locations. That would probably not be helpful, given that that still doesn't do anything for me like reaching the P-balloon. And then we'll head over to the hotel. Okay, this is the only risky segment. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's okay. We got the bomb code. Yeah, I probably should have just hopped on the bottom level. That was the sensible thing to do. But hey, we understand the code now, so. It's funny because I don't think I actually said this out loud, but when I saw the XX, literally the first thing I thought of was, okay, what if it's just rotation? And I just didn't think to try that because it seemed like such a silly idea that we had no information to suggest. And sometimes the desperation plays are the best plays. So yeah, that was something that we were stuck on for quite a long time, probably the biggest thing that has stumped us so far. Ever since we got the POW. Actually, this clue is obtainable even if you only have the trampoline and not the POW. Like, you have enough information to do this. Because the POW didn't actually give me any additional information that was relevant to this solution. No, we actually wanted the Goom Rat over there. Let's do that. I'm guessing blowing up the fish teeth is not going to be helpful. Okay. Set it down. It's going to wake up and it will walk and activate something. I don't know if there's a difference between throwing and setting it down there, but we'll... Yeah, it clearly went down a spot past this block, and it's able to walk from there and do something for me. Okay, activated the on-off switch. That's really important. This, first of all, gives me the muncher plus spring. And now the on-off switch allows me to get to the safety coin door. There is, however, one remaining problem. Actually, no, it's not a problem, because we know to clear the rubble now. We know how to do it. So this is the rubble over here. This stuff. Digging for treasure. We need to blow it up using a bomb. Like, we'll blow all of this stuff up and see what it gets me by way of spawn blocking. But before we do that, we're going to get the spring and get coin 4. Because now we are able to do it. So let's just go back. Also, the fact that we have access to the Goom Rat now may give me something else as well, but we don't know what. I don't know if it's going to be relevant to anything but the lava fish, so let's not assume anything. Let's just continue this way. What was I even doing? Ah, yes. Anyway. So we'll take this. And then afterwards we'll do the rubble clear. Like I said, one remaining thing that we just don't know about yet is the P-balloon. Maybe the kind of room scale clues are going to be relevant to the P-balloon ordering at some point. So we will go through here. We'll grab this coin. We will make sure we tap the checkpoint quickly. And then we will go back to grab a bomb, which we will then detonate in one of these locations, given that this was telling me about rubble. This may also be true of the hard blocks that are by the triangle on the left. When it's talking about clearing rubble, we should think about clearing these locations as well. Possibly that will just give me blasters to jump on or something else like that. Or it's going to be some kind of spawn block anyway. So why don't we grab some bombs and do it. Notice that if we do reset from timeout, we are going to have to do the bomb Goomrat Shelmet sequence again, but we won't have to do anything to grab the additional coin that we just saw. The main thing is we do need P-balloon for the traversal that we saw in the top right. Either that or it is going to be like this kind of back and forth with the trampolines, but I see no reason why that can't be the P-balloon if we do know how to obtain the P-balloon at that point, which may or may not be the case. Seems like there are a lot of decorative hard blocks that we could blow up everywhere, and which won't do a thing for me. I was looking at the shop screen earlier, and it looks like that's going to be pretty well defended against any kind of bomb-related cheese. We'll go back and do that. This time, hopefully, without quite so many execution-related complications. So yeah, I just want to get this over to the top left here. I probably wanted to blow this up as well, but, you know, let's reload through this room and see if anything has changed. I feel like we probably will need to blow it all up. Yeah, let's blow it all up just to be clear. I feel like it is going to be part of a fairly significant spawn block. And then we'll hot potato another bomb over to do the rubble clear that we see much later. Okay, let's wait for it. No, I really do need to fix up stuff like that. I was hoping to just kind of turn around and face in the correct direction to prevent that kind of mishap. But, oh wait, let's think about this code once again. Yeah, there we go. I was hoping to just dodge that red Koopa. That did not go the way I wanted. Anyway, let's unblock the left. We're real this time. After many attempts to do so. Okay, let's reset. See if that gives me any kind of spawn block. Which Mario game do I think has the best soundtrack? Very good question. Hey, let's hop down here. Nothing. Okay. I want to say Super Mario 3D World. But that's my big band bias showing. I think the Galaxy games have a marvelous orchestral score. Absolutely legendary. 88 seconds. Let's see here. But yeah, I mean, I could talk all day about many different Mario soundtracks. And it's kind of hard to, just pick favorites when I think a lot of them are sort of carving out their own stylistic identity that still adheres to certain patterns, particularly harmonic and rhythmic patterns that still makes them distinctively Mario. But yeah, absolutely loved the Galaxy scores. 3D World is a big one. And that's not to take away from any of the other games, of course. I mean, Odyssey has just so much stuff going on musically as well. Okay, let's do the rubble clear. No. Hang on, I did not mean to do that. Let's see the rubble clue again. Since we're going to run out of time, we're going to hit timeout. Let's just listen to the clue here in this room. They should really do something about all the rubble outside. I don't know how much of it I have to clear and which spot I have to clear. That's the thing. But it's very clear to me that I need to bomb this stuff and that it's going to get me some kind of P-balloon clue. Or get me some way that will permit me to transport a spring into the next room after that. Which would then mean that the P-balloon isn't relevant until I get past a key door, which could very well be the case. Yeah, because maybe I get past a key door, and then that's going to give me some kind of P-balloon related clue. And then the key door would not be the exit, rather the P-balloon would be the exit, because then it allows me to sneak out the pipe that is right by... what's it? Yeah, it would allow me to sneak past a pipe that is above the mob bosses in their base. So anyway, let's go bomb once again. I don't know if I'll need Shelmet, but it seems like would be helpful, given that it is something we use to progress. So let's yeah, just go bomb first. Wait, no, I messed this up. Let's redo it. Terminator, let me grab the level code for you quickly. This is Sahara Min's level. Sahara Min has a whole series of these comments on adventures. And we've done one of them in the past before, I think. But this is number 4 in the series. And I think I did number 3. But I am not positive about that. Okay. This should be the bomb code. Okay, let's take this. Go back down. And Terminator, I heard that the US Senate voted in favor of going for permanent daylight. And that it presumably would have to pass through the lower house as well. I haven't been following too much about that procedurally, though. I know that's something that Germany had been talking about as well. I mean, that would have to be done sort of on the whole level of the European Union. But that Germany had been making some noise about wanting to push that proposal to the EU. I don't know if anything actually became of that. Okay, great. We got something here. This is good, because we now have a way to get a second spring up the pipe. We have it. We need to grab the other spring first, though. Okay, good. The rubble got me what I wanted. We then use the spring in the final room to grab the coin. Then we get the safety coin. We go past the key door. There will not be an additional checkpoint flag at that point, but there will presumably be a P-balloon clue, so we do need to have enough time left over to deal with it. And I believe that was it. And even Gorilla. Welcome. Not quite GG yet, but we are making significant progress. Significant progress now that we've managed to uncover the remaining piece of the puzzle that gets me all the way to the key door. We have everything we need up to that point. Also notice, so we were sent this level by Bandit Otter, who currently holds this 4-minute record. And I would assume that part of the record involves, first of all, knowing all the codes in advance, but also knowing... Actually, the fact that it's a 4-minute record tells me that it's probably not going to be a sequence that just hands you a P-balloon and gets you out at the end, perhaps. But it would probably involve getting the bomb code right away, so you get access to the spring to clean up a whole bunch of the other things that you need, like the... Hang on, let's drop this first. Yeah, so let's drop this. Okay, no, this is an issue that we need. So I previously did a spin jump on top of the Koopa in order to get up there. That's okay, we just need 2 Koopa shells, probably. But we need to jump on something else and toss it. Or we just toss it. Yeah, we just toss it. Okay, yeah, there we go. Have I used the Mario Editor hack the community made that allows you to view the whole level? No, I have not. I have been aware of it since a lot of the work that went into it started getting put together around December, I think. Okay, we need to now move the other spring over. We need to redo the sequence, hang on. Because we need to have both springs available, otherwise I can't get past this part here. I need to get a spring over to the right, and that means that at some point I will need a second one that's available past the one-way panels. So yeah, the idea then would be that you would take this and then you would be able to jump up this way. And then you would grab it from the other side. Okay, good. That's easy. Really easy, in fact. Good. We take this. You swap them over. Now, the 200-second timer has me worried because we may have a key death issue. Unless it's just information that we get on the other side of the key door. We've got to save this key coin. It's going to save me a considerable amount of time. I don't know which spring we picked up, whether it was the rubble one or the other one, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, we picked up the one that was in the rubble. Let's not die. And let's hit checkpoint to preserve this coin. So now the objective is to not hit key death, but we also know that we can get the Buzzy Helmet. The Buzzy Helmet is not really relevant to me yet. And I don't know if it will be. If we require Buzzy Helmet past... Oh, yes. We forgot to do the on-off switch. On-off switch requires the fish. Fish requires bomb. I'm actually tempted to just take a death and reset the timer, but maybe that's a bad idea. That's okay. We got the save on coin 5, and that's the important thing. But yeah, we'll do bomb. We will then be able to get past key door just fine. I don't like the look of that timer. I actually think I will take a death. I think I'd rather take a death and just buy myself an additional 350 seconds. We're far enough that I don't want to take chances. I mean, this is a polished enough level that I'm sure there won't be issues like that, but you never know with timeouts. Like, sometimes things do happen. Like extreme edge cases that are just very, very inconvenient when it comes to key death. Possibly there is some kind of entity-based anti-key death mechanism, perhaps. That would be on the assumption, though, that you would have been required to get 1 coin by the time you arrive at checkpoint 1, though, and I don't think that's the case. Like, I don't see anything here indicating that there is an anti-key death mechanism. We don't know what's past the key door, of course, but I just don't know, given the 2 different positions where you can respawn from checkpoints, that would really be the case anywhere. Anyway, so this is going to solve the question of whether we could get by without the Shelmet, because getting the on-off switch at the fire fish, the lava fish, is going to require me to do the Shelmet interaction anyway to activate the on-off switch for access to the final key coin that we saw much earlier. Okay, let's not die to the bomb segment over here. That would be incredibly embarrassing. We've already lost 1 attempt to that kind of nonsense. Whoops, I skipped past the kitchen. Let's go back to the kitchen. And yeah, given that I've taken 70 seconds to do this whole thing, I'm glad I actually did take the deliberate death, otherwise we would be in full panic. Coming out of this, sure, well, let's do the Goomerhead throw. We've blown up the other thing anyway. No, the throw will not go because you're in this 1 health spot. Anyway, we wait. We get the Shelmet, we get the on-off switch activation, and everything will be dandy. So let's just hang on, wait for the Goom to wake up. And there we are. Why not? Not that... Oh, that was a bad idea. That was a really bad idea. I wonder if refreshing back here... I mean, we've got the on-off switch activated, so that should just give me the head. Terminator, streams like this, do I accept skip to queue? No, I'm not going to today. I should actually set out a policy for that, but... we'll see, because everything kind of depends on how long the levels themselves take. And Terminator, I am planning to do probably some all puzzle nights next week, so if we don't manage to get you in on viewer levels tomorrow, we'll make sure we get your puzzle in somehow. But we'll see, Terminator, because I'm kind of doing this as a manual queue today anyway, so we'll take a look at that at the end and see how we're doing. Because, yeah, like I said before, I just didn't know how long this level would take me. There was clearly no chance that I would finish it the last time I had this on viewer levels anyway. Okay. What is this? Yeah, there we go. That should be trampoline. Trampoline gets me past the boss. And okay, let's go back over here. No, we want to go to the boss's room. The mob boss. That's going to be past this pipe, I believe. Yeah. And then now we don't need to worry so much about dodging the muncher on the left side. We can just come through here safely. Am I lost? Yes, I am. 289 seconds. Let's go through the key door. Also noticed the rubble on the top right. Ah, you got some nerve waltzing in all alone, little mushroom. How do you get past Frank? Okay, so here's the thing. We never got the P-balloon. I'll let us slide this time, but if we catch you here again, there will be an accident. Get what I'm saying? So the POW allows you to get past this and just hit this guy. Then what was up with the P-balloon and the other symbols then? Because I feel like there's probably something we missed. Let's dip back here for just one moment. We could have come here with the POW anyway. POW would have allowed me to get past this guy, but then you'd need bomb. Well, barring any further evidence of stuff to do, let's just take the exit. But the whole P-balloon thing made me very suspicious. Is there anything we could do with the POW? No, I don't think so. Let's just kill this guy. Let's listen to the dialogue once again in case there's something I missed on the loop. You got some nerve waltzing in here all alone, little mushroom. Oh, I guess I was supposed to play as Toadette for this level. And I did play as Toadette last time I was here, I believe, but... Anyway. If we catch you here again, there will be an accident. I think that's the whole loop. Yeah, there we go. Let's just clear it. And yeah, we'll need to consult with Banded Otter afterwards, who holds the speed record on this, whether there was some additional secret that was unknown to me. We could also check the comments on the comment page. An 80-minute record. Tons of comments, including, of course, the creator comments all over the place. And yeah, this was the dialogue sequence in the end. Ah, I'm in a lava fish's mouth. Well, he took the time to write a comment. Comments, yeah. And it looks like this was all the stuff that was uploaded. So very few user comments on top of all of the other stuff. I'm just going to look through this. I guess this might be a spoiler, but let's see if we actually missed any messages elsewhere in the level. Because maybe there was something else we didn't think about. And yeah, everything here we saw. So yeah, I guess nothing to do with the P-balloon then. It's just there to fill out the shop. Quantum entanglement. Balloons. Okay, no, that was in the shop. So I don't think we missed anything else. Little cafe with pastries and baking. Yeah, I don't think there was anything else to that except that it was breathtaking. So yeah, it was supposed to be Toadette who goes on a secret mission. We just totally neglected to obey that at the start. Okay then, let's see what we're going to do from here. Terminator, since you are here, let's take a look at yours. I don't know how long I'll spend on it, but we might as well sneak it in now. If you have the code available for that. Yeah, I'm not running the Qbot, but we'll grab that. And this will sort of be an informal puzzle day. Spring puzzle, use the springs to hit the P-switch. This is a very, very new upload. Happy to test it. Looks like there is an 8-second record by somebody who gets what to do. So we'll see about that. And then if we have time after this one, we'll do some platforming and some other catch up here and there. Okay, so it's going to be some really quick interaction. I mean, we just need to displace that to land on the P, right? And then the P gives me the P door. Also notice that hitting the on-off switch is going to... you know what, let's watch this pattern again. Oh, whoops, no, can't just hold up here. Let's just see where the bounce is going to happen. Yeah, you can just raise the P here. I don't see why not. Might even be able to do this. No, we need to throw into it. No, we can just stack, actually. Why don't we just stack all this? And hope that one of the hits line up eventually. Oh, we could do that too. Except now it's totally going to miss every time. That's okay, an up throw can solve this quickly. Nothing an up throw can't solve, right? Hey, there we go, P-switch. I don't know what the on-off switch is all about. Oh, well, I mean, the on-off switch would be to drop the blaster. But, we'll just hit the P and get out of here. And that's completion. So, thank you for that, Terminator. I don't know if we were engaging with the intended pathway at all. But basically, I saw the 7-second record on this and thought, yeah, likely something unintended happened here. I guess you were not expecting that the P could be dislodged sideways, right? Like you were maybe expecting that the P would remain trapped. Like we can go back in here one more time just to see what the interaction with the on-off is. So I just know how it looks. But that is what playtesting is for. So yeah, it looks like you probably didn't expect that the P could move off that column. I don't know if it's something that could be forestalled with things like one-way panels, or if that would disrupt the spike ball pattern too much to be a useful solution. Like, yeah, if you drop this with the on-off switch, then you can get this, whoa, to bounce down low and almost kill you, which is bad. Yeah, because the thing here just stays alive at this point, right? So, but anyway, we can probably do on-off. That takes it out completely, and then we drop the column on the right side. It looks like you can just keep doing this interaction to just destroy the whole column, actually, if you do that. And then why would you do it? Why would you possibly want to destroy everything? Yeah, I have actually no idea what the intended solution would be then, unless, like, I thought the idea would be to maybe bounce the P with good timing so that the spike ball falls on top of the P at the perfect moment when it's going back and forth. And that the on-off switch would be there to maybe... Okay, so this is the way I understand it, right? Just to give you a sense of whether I'm reading your original intention correctly. That you would hit the on-off switch, then that would keep the single spike ball here bouncing indefinitely, and then, whoop, no, I guess it doesn't, but the idea would be to position the spike ball so that it falls on top of the P at some point, given some kind of bounce, right? But yeah, I don't know what you were going for, but at least that gives you a sense of what the possibilities were. Okay, thank you for that, Terminator. Let's move on. So, I have a huge backlog to get through. We'll go through some levels that are maybe on the harder side today because we have a bit more time than we would on viewer levels, but Yeah, actually, there's one that I playtested an earlier version of that I want to go back to because we didn't finish the hard path in its original form. Let's see if we can pull this up. I'll copy the codes into chat as well. But this is another item of unfinished business, technically speaking. We beat the original version of the level and then did the hard path and exposed a bunch of stuff that was then subject to revision, and so we'll try to get back to that quickly and see what the revisions are. So this was Threading the Needle, a very rare platforming level by Krakowski, who's a puzzle master. This is the current code. World record held by Luca. And so yeah, my understanding is that the hard mode path at the end was completely redone, partly to address some of the issues that I might have exposed. Let's just see it. Yes. So this level is all about... First of all, we need to let this expire, and then let's shut off comments. The comments are very pretty, but they are in the way. Let's let the star expire, and so we can grab the shell. The idea is that you hit the star, and then you can... Oh, I needed to keep the shell, of course. And the star would give you a bounce that would then allow you to collapse the shell on the other side, so... So here's the tutorial segment, and that shows you how that works. Very cool concept. We lost a little bit of time there. Yeah, so we should reset. The door would have done just fine as well. And yeah, as long as we kind of follow the track pattern, we've got plenty of time to collapse through here once we hit the donut block. And here we are. Now let's hit checkpoint, that might be important. Yeah, this is going to be a stomp. Let's do it again. Whoops, no, I needed to get on top of the cannon and over to the left. Slight accuracy issue on my part there. Oh. And once again, really do need to get all the way over to that wall before we stomp. Yeah. Nope. So yeah, I gotta work on a stomp timing, but that's the main thing. Nope, that's a loss. Yeah, I do need to be fairly accurate. It's not tight, but you do need to hit the stomps in the correct position without losing time, like that. Or you wind up just a little bit late. So, let's try it again. You can see where the high clear rate is coming from, given how easy it is to reset through this stuff. Just lots of opportunity to retry things as you go. Nope, that's going to be a loss. Let's just redo it. Yeah, you really do need to hold into those jumps as hard as you can. Whoops, wrong way. Reading the track a little bit slowly as we're going up top towards the ceiling. I think if you just really hold into every jump, you get plenty of height to work with. And then back down. Very nice. Lovely little seesaw interaction at the very end there. And then... what was going on with the P door there? Oh, yeah. No, I was supposed to go through... and get into shell form and ride the cannon through the bumpers, yep. Okay, I understand that. Some things may have changed since the last time I played this, obviously. I don't remember having issues with this segment, but we just need to read this somewhat accurately. Nope, a little bit late on that. I think we just need to take a reset here, yeah. Yeah, because the idea is that you would have a WAMP activation as you're passing through the center column. Okay, in we go. And then, yeah, because we need to cross back and forth until the swamp destroys everything. So yeah, it's a bit of a consistency check here as we let the swamp do its thing. Same idea until the swamp has done its job. And once you know the pattern, it's pretty straightforward. It's just going to be one more cross. And we'll just not get bumped out in the meantime. Here's the P. And then... oh, whoops. P switch is still active. I don't know if that's going to affect too much here. We needed the key coins in order to proceed from here, I think. Because there's a door. And... okay, nothing else here. Key coin is going to give you access to the last part, though. And I think there was some kind of anti-key that maybe gets you directly over there afterwards. Yeah, no, I see, because there's the anti-key death that's at checkpoint 2 in a previous segment that's going to activate the on-off switch for you directly and get you to the ending, now that we have consumed all of the pink coins with the key. That's right. Okay. And, yeah, a little slow here. I just needed to ride that out all the way. Let's respawn it. Nope. No, we needed to make sure we're out of spawn range to get the block going another time. No, we still needed to start at that point. That's tricky. I wonder if we missed an opportunity for a star refresh. That was supposed to last me a little bit longer. Let's just make sure we grab a star on the way over this time. And really kind of hold into these jumps to follow the curve. Probably missed that star out of the blaster, in fact. Taking a little too long to get over here. I really did need to hit that on the first try. Let's go. Nope, just a little too slow once again. Little imprecisions do End up mattering quite a bit here. Letting up on height in certain locations actually does help, I think. Because then... Oh, I was actually overshooting that time. It was a little too fast. Just trying to beat the note block a little bit faster instead of holding the jump completely because we were falling behind pace earlier, but now we have overcompensated. Let's respawn it. Yeah, I think this arrow gives you a good, consistent indication of what the respawn range is going to be, so let's do that. Whoa, nope. Don't know how that happened. Let's do it again. Nope. Let's do it again. Okay, felt like I was a little behind pace here, so let's... Okay. I think we managed it. There we go. Yeah, much cleaner ending loop than what we had seen in the earlier version, I think. No, let's make sure we have as much star time here as possible. Let's see if we can make it out. Oh, Yoshi. We'll switch to Yoshi then. Maybe grab this for good measure. Whoa. You see, now... I mean, Yoshi should also be able to get you through, right? If I understand the mechanic correctly. Whoops, no, I wanted to see what was on top. Let's try it again. Just trying to dismount Yoshi. Whoop! Oh no, I keep hitting the ceiling. That's the issue there. I was expecting to land that jump, and that was not the case. We still have 120 seconds to fool around in here in the bonus room. Okay. There we go. That's what we wanted. And Yoshi's still here. We'll get out. And there we go. It has a completion. And yeah, I am fairly behind with things like the Krakowski puzzles. Let me just see how far behind I am. I don't know if I'll do more today, but we'll see. Actually, there are a bunch that seem to be more platforming oriented. This was the Tower Escape sample. Okay, yeah, we still need to catch up on pretty much all of Tower Escape. And these two recent puzzles... Deserted Yoshi Revisited. Let's do the platformer one since we're unlikely to do it on a puzzle night. And B Minutes, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Red light fast, green light slow, yellow light caution, coins optional, which totally doesn't rhyme with anything. Ah, B Minutes, you meant to resub. Okay, well, maybe you'll bring another viewer back at some point. Biggie's Walls we actually hadn't seen in a while, but anyway, B Minutes, thank you so much for giving me the sub regardless, despite the misclick. Kaboom! Red light fast, green light slow. And hey, at least it ensures that the alerts here are working. So yeah, B-Minutes, hope Triangle Strategy has been treating you well. This was a bad idea. Wonder if we just needed to triple jump it or something. There we go. Coins optional, not for me, they aren't. So do we slide? Yeah, there we go. And yeah, Terminator, we'll see if we have time for it. And yeah, so it's just conveyor direction. Like, it's very difficult to see visually, but you basically just need to follow the colors to know which direction the acceleration is going to go in. There we go. I have to read this accurately. B-Min is as weird as a Fire Emblem player letting people die. Yeah. I mean, I guess technically Advanced Wars lets you do that as well. Whoops. Okay, very nice of this checkpoint flag to be right here in this room, given that I am going to be trying some risky stuff. Yeah, because we wanted to land on the bottom platform first, not the top platform, because we need the top platform to remain available if I am going for the coin. So that's going to be death. We need to land directly on the bottom. So yeah, B-Minutes, I actually had no idea what the death system was like in Triangle Strategy. So that is very interesting that it is a game that would encourage sacrifice plays that normally are just a total no-no in Fire Emblem. Whoops. So yeah, we need to drop, jump back, drop, jump back. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case. And here we go. Yeah, Advanced Wars mostly coming to mind B-Minutes because the fact that we have been bereft of Advanced Wars is what's kind of led me to reconsider fitting Triangle Strategy into my playing schedule in the first place. I mean, I'd always looked at it anyway. I just thought originally that I wouldn't have time to get to it for quite a while. And then now I'm kind of looking at it as maybe an April pickup. I don't know if I'll stream it though. I was talking about it to somebody earlier in the stream who had basically done it to 100%. One of my other viewers who's a big strategy RPG aficionado. And highly, highly recommended the game. Nope, miss. Let's take the death. I do want the coins. Have I tried Wargroove? Yeah, I spent a lot of time on Wargroove when it first came out. Sound appears to be dead. Let's fix the sound quickly. I didn't realize that it had choked, so give me one moment. I don't even know how long sound had been dead, like whether it was already gone in a previous level. Okay, sound appears to be still dead. Just let me see if we can fix this. This might require a different method than what I normally use. Okay, it should be back. And yeah, I never actually got into the custom content of Wargroove. I understand that the editor was quite powerful. So I played all of the Wargroove campaign sort of in its original patch and original balancing, which had a few things that I thought were a little questionable. I mean, I liked the game a lot, but there were a few minor issues with it. Economically, that I remember having. But I'd have to go back into my extensive notes on that to tell you what those issues were. I didn't know it had a cutscene maker. I knew it was a powerful editor, but I hadn't seen what people did with it. And This was before I had a capture card and before I streamed anything, though, so I wouldn't really have had much of an opportunity to get into Wargroove on a community side. Okay, we need to maybe wall jump off the blaster. Let's see. I need to puzzle that one out. Okay. Let's go back here. I don't have a right approach to this one. No, it's not going to be that. What if I came back to this door? No, let's take the death.
Oh no!
But yeah, streaming Triangle Strategy seems like it would be a very interesting experience. I just don't know if I would be able to commit the time to see the campaign through that way, because obviously if I'm not playing on stream, I have a lot more flexibility for when I play and how much time I can dump into a large-scale game like that. Which is why I haven't really streamed turn-based strategy here before, in spite of the fact that it is very much one of my core genres. Like, I am very much a Fire Emblem player. Okay, so this, I need to wall jump onto the right side and wall jump again after I activate the snake block, which is going to move the Pokey out of the way. This is going to take a little bit of reading. Hang on. No, I needed to get onto the other side of that snake block immediately, I think, because then I can move the Pokey out of the way in time to grab that coin. Nope. Okay. Let's get back here. No, I had established previously that I do want to jump back to the left side for the final coin, and that it does give me plenty of height to work with. I haven't really had to engage with the red light, green light mechanic yet. I mean, the wall jumps are just wall jumps at this stage. Whoops. How was it I did that successfully? I thought I had taken the jump to the left. Or maybe that was wrong. No, that doesn't reach at all. I think I actually did jump directly from the platform earlier. I have to keep my various attempts straight after iterating through a room like that many times. Yeah, there's no way this is going to reach, so I just need to take slightly longer. But it's a very tight timing window to make that happen.
Oh no!
Yeah, easily the trickiest coin so far, I would say, but then that's partly informed by my general lack of proficiency in some of these new soup mechanics in terms of accurately estimating where the twirl is going to take me. I was trying to do a double twirl there, and that was not quite the curve I wanted. Whoops. So yeah, too bad about that blown attempt on the Pokey. Hang on. I might even want to go ahead and scout the Pokey room first, so I don't go through all the effort to grab coin 5 only to blow it repeatedly. But we'll see. Everything else has been fairly lenient so far. This seemed oddly tight. Nope. A wall jump is going to take me too far. Like a wall jump on the red blaster will take me too far. So I don't think that'll be it. Maybe it is it, though, to give me... No. Way too much height. Nope. Miss. We had it earlier, though. We absolutely had it. And... Nope. Well, I mean, if coin 5 is too punishing, we may just forgo it, but we'll go over some of this stuff and see how we do. No, that's not nearly far enough. Yeah, it has to be off the final platform. But... that's going to be a pretty narrow timing window. And I don't know if I can hit. Trying to do a double twirl, that's too much of a cooldown on that. I find that the double twirl timing is something that does give me a bit of grief from time to time. And we'll just have to go back and do it. We've been good on coins so far. It would be quite regrettable to bail on some of that now. Anyway. No, still too early. It is a tricky timing. Like, the idea is that if you're not going for the coin, you should be going back to the first wall. But if you are going for the coin, I think you have to kind of reach for the sky like that. Nope. Nope. Nowhere even close. Let's rehearse the next room first, just so we know how it is going to happen. I assume it's going to be probably checkpoint after this one, so we'll... Okay, yeah, and you were supposed to twirl up there to grab that, and maybe just go fast to get a wall jump at the very end and bounce back and forth, so... Seems like the coin is pretty reachable, actually. The coin's 6. It's coin 5 that is an absolute pain. And there is a bit of an initial gentle descent there. Yeah, it's clearly reachable that way. It's just that I haven't found the timing pocket yet. That time was a little too late. And yeah, Terminator mode, tricky. Well, no, the level has been fairly gentle. I think it's just coin 5 that's been difficult. Whoops. Everything else is pretty manageable. Coin 5 has been really a bit of a timing challenge in terms of just perceiving the stack accurately, and there we go. One twirl is actually enough to do it. Yeah, we actually could go directly to the snake block, and that seems optimal, in fact. Nope.
Oh no!
We should go directly to the snake block. But then we need to... Well, I mean, no matter what, the pokey is going to be triggered by moving the snake block, so... How quickly we approach the snake block for the first time doesn't matter. There's no need to complicate that more than we have already. We need to really watch that platform for a specific point at which I want to go and take that jump, because then we can at least recreate the working pattern consistently once we've found the spacing that works.
Oh no!
So yeah, let's rethink that.
Oh no!
Of course, I am getting a little bit complacent about the early stuff, perhaps. But then we will move onto this once again and just try to find like a consistent visual reference for when to take a jump. That's too late. Once again, single twirl will do it. I just need to twirl maybe slightly later. Yeah, maybe we just need to count past a certain point. Too early still. Yeah, because in order to get over directly, you need the platform to start accelerating. Its initial fall speed when you activate it is not going to be fast enough, no matter where you're sitting relative to its height. You need to let it do the acceleration, and then you can reach.
Oh no!
And in that time, the twirl was actually just a little bit too early. Slightly later, and that would have given me enough of a boost, I believe. No, still too early. Yeah, it is something that kind of tricks you out, because usually when you see a jump like that, you have this instinct to go immediately.
Oh
And going immediately doesn't help you at all because of the way that the platform actually moves slower upon activation due to its wings. Whoops.
no!
Because of the way that it initially starts out at a slower speed. Like, the paradox is that you can make it over if you wait longer. And it's something that is an interaction that I think shows up pretty rarely when it comes to Mario platforming design. And so it goes against a lot of your instincts to try to wait like that. And yeah, Terminator, no, I know what to do with it. It's just that I was having issues with the accuracy. Yeah, okay, wall jump off the side is going to take me way too far. Let's not do it. Yeah, no, I know what timing I'm trying to get. Like, that's not the issue here. But the issue is to kind of execute it cleanly. I normally don't really review video while I'm midstream anyway. It would probably help with some circumstances, but in terms of my setup, it's just a little bit unwieldy to try to watch my own clips while I'm broadcasting live. Whoops.
Oh no!
Nope, still too high.
Oh no!
Okay, here we are. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, we know how to do this coin. This is not an issue. I'm just getting a little bit impatient with it since we're trying to clean up coin 5. Oh yeah, Terminator. I know what you mean. Like with the 30-second clip review. That's true. That's something I have used in the past, actually, with things like escape rooms in particular. Anyway, we got it. It's just a matter of having a little extra patience. That's a little too slow. I just needed to go a bit faster, and you're able to make that. I hesitated a bit after the jump to the platform on the right side, but if you go immediately, you can loop around and grab the coin that way. And the timing should work. You should be able to get back to the snake block before it deactivates. I think that method is correct. You just need to be more accurate about it. Still too soon. Tricky, tricky. This is oddly kind of like a Celeste style level, which we've seen much of in the past. Lots of people building Celeste tribute levels and such, ordinarily in the ice theme for obvious reasons, but the fact that it's all about wall cling timing really kind of makes the Celeste flavor stand out. Okay, I just missed a jump at the very end. I got on the platform, I had plenty of opportunity to get out of there. We just missed. But yeah, since Celeste is all about one-room challenges with wall slides, the similarity is very obvious. I didn't know that. Well, I don't know whether or not Grokowski had played Celeste, in fact, because he's normally not that much of a super technical platformer guy, but at the same time, you know, he builds these platforming style levels that actually are pretty finessed. Whoops, I just missed a wall jump at the end. Turned away from that a little too soon because I was trying to pull back from the blade. But yeah, the timing is actually quite smooth if you just... Whoops, land that cleanly. Okay. Let's do this. Still too soon. I thought I was stalling and waiting already, and I am clearly not doing enough. Okay, let's go back. Nope, missed. That time, which is a smidgen too late, or perhaps the twirl was too early. Whoops. It needs to be quite exact. And it's an optional route anyway, but I do feel like doing it. This coin, though, has been doing quite a lot to stimmy those ambitions. There we go. Checkpoint, please. And here we are. The fact that there is an extra coin before checkpoint here indicates to me that we do have some kind of anti-key death mechanism. There will be one additional coin, of course, to get through this stuff. Yeah, anti-key death mechanism looks pretty likely. Oh, bad idea. I needed to go high, much, much higher. And I probably needed to stall in the middle to do that. Too soon.
No.
Yeah, I want to gain as much height as possible. Seems like we're fairly close to finishing that. So yeah, we have some kind of key mechanism here at the very end. We don't exactly know what's going to happen with that yet, but I think it's probably just to get the on-off state to line up. Nope, once again we need to
No.
wait a bit past this guy. There's plenty of time for the skewer to retract that we haven't taken advantage of. It doesn't activate an on-off switch, but it activates something else off screen that we haven't seen yet. Anyway, there is something depth dependent here. Some kind of mechanism that was in play. Yeah, just waiting patiently appears to be the idea. And then we activated something. What is this door then? What is the door? Ah, okay, that's just easy mode. Those who are into that kind of thing. Ah, okay, and then it's going to be an anti-key death mechanism that pops the key for you. Or at least pops the on-off switch and the key. Very nice. And yeah, I do need to follow the fire through that way. I just pulled back a little bit on the jump, which I was not supposed to do. I do need to go forward and just try to control my height. The coin is meaningless. We grabbed it anyway. Once again, pulled back a little bit instinctively. We don't need to do that. Yeah, nice little post-key bonus room here that we were seeing. And then that engages with a stop-and-go mechanic. And then we need to make it over in a very tricky fashion. Yeah, it's going to be an immediate wall jump, I think. I was just trying not to bop my head on the ceiling against that slope, but we just need to figure out that spacing. Okay. And then... there we go. Oh, and there's even more.
Oh no.
Yeah, we need to drop the pokey and then we'll see what to do. Yeah, there's an entire hard mode segment that consists of multiple rooms here. That's okay. This first one should be reasonable to recreate. See, the whole trick to this segment is that the creator himself didn't actually need to clear check it. Okay, whoops. Didn't see that it was a blue platform at the end. We should have paid attention to that. And then the other icicle is going to get me access to the door that's on the left side. I do see how it works, we just didn't map out my route ahead of time. And yeah, I have to watch out for the ceiling positioning here, of course. It is going to be a slightly tight margin. We'll work it out. But yeah, that's a significant amount of content that was locked behind the key coins. I'm glad I went for that bonus and put in the work earlier to grab coin 5. Given just the amount of extra content that we've been graced with at the finale here as we try to go for the true ending of this piece. Yeah, that's still not the arc that I'm going for. I feel like I might need to wall jump from a lower position, perhaps? I don't know. I don't read slope ceilings like that very well, evidently. There we go. Yeah, just a lower jump in general. Worked out a lot better. Icicle is going to give me the platform. I was trying to jump off of that onto the right side wall because that would complete the interaction, and of course we just made a mess out of that. Anyway, that's going to come back over. Too low that time. I was trying to keep my head down. We'll just need to trial and error that a little bit there. Whoops.
Oh, no.
Watch that. Not enough of a dash going into it. Let's try it again. Nope, still poor positioning all around. Yeah, considering how budget heavy this level is with all of its conveyor belts, it is pretty impressive that
Oh, no.
it supports as many rooms as it does. Both when you consider the conveyor belts as well as the grinder saw blades everywhere. There's quite a lot here that is entity heavy. But there aren't really that many rooms to work with, I guess. So,
Oh, no.
just an illusion that we need to be aware of here. Anyway, let's move it across. Okay. And down we go. And there we are, before the icicle comes back and pops that one more time. Oh, we still got more. I know, I was trying to jump off of that and we were a little bit late. The skewer hadn't retracted far enough, in fact. So not only was I late on the jump, I was probably early on the timing. But yeah, this is a significant chunk of the level that has been added on here. Very pleased to see it. And which is why we insist on a certain measure of completionism. Just to show off that stuff for the viewers at home. Whoa, here we are. Too far. Not a hard room. Just prone to some control mistakes, perhaps. But not really anything that I'm concerned about on a technical level. Yeah, like I said, the only thing is that I don't particularly feel like I'm engaging with the red and green mechanic. At least, you know, from a reading perspective, I'm just kind of going with the wall. It is very clear. It's maybe doing a lot of work in this level in subtle ways to make it interesting to just get a lot of the timings to line up so you can do some gentle wall slides that then puts you under a bit of time pressure. Because, yeah, unlike the very popular squirrel suit interaction where you do the wall cling and ascend, this just slows you enough that you can do a slow wall slide. And by doing a slow wall slide here, you're able to have a couple of wall-based interactions, basically, as I was saying, Celeste-style interactions here that not really be possible otherwise. You know, in terms of making sure mechanisms have the time to activate. Oh, whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, that was just a bad twirl timing that turned into a spin jump. Quite unintentionally. And... whoops. Too tight on that. That's okay, we have the information we need to do all of this stuff. It's not an information deficit that's killing us here. Just an accuracy deficit. Okay, get out of here before the icicle comes back, and then here we are again. And immediately we're under a bit of time pressure to read this accurately, and then there we are. Anything else? Just a lot of bonuses everywhere. Great. Including a bit of fire from Yoshi. And so yeah, we'll do this little miniature puzzle interaction, I guess. That's going to allow you to... yeah, let's... oh yeah, we need to jump with Yoshi. That's pretty critical, in fact. It's part of the SMB Yoshi toolkit.
Oh yeah! Mario time!
Okay, and that's it for a Sky High Slideway. And so yeah, we're caught up on the platforming stuff, I guess. The puzzles we'll do at another point, especially with Tower Escape. We're going to do some kind of Tower Escape marathon, hopefully, within the next week or so. And the other puzzles, we'll save them for a puzzle day, probably, or for viewer levels if Grikowski drops by and gives me anything else. We've got a couple more that I do want to look at. Let me just dial something up from my recent list. And we're going to see what we can do here. Oh yes, okay. So here's something by Supernova, very recent. It's a birthday level for a Phoenix. It's also the comical integer. Notice the record that is currently held by MangMang69. There's a certain urgency to clearing this level. Because look at the current number of clears. 67 clears. Given its relatively gentle difficulty, if I clear it and clear number 69 is still available, I'll just clear this level twice to try to take it. It seems like it's potentially short, 46 seconds with a clear condition. We'll see how we do. Yeah, I'm not going to wait with this level because I want to see if I can get clear 69 on it. Reach the goal after grabbing at least 69 coins. And maybe I will, maybe I won't. 69 oh, okay, 69 seconds as well. That's... Is this an at least condition? It is an at least condition. That's very important to know. Also, on-off switch, we will probably not want to activate that quite so soon. We actually don't need the 1-ups, they just burn time. Let's not deal with that. We'll need to play more of the level to see how close we are to the limit. I think we should go right first on the first jump. And if we map out a route, perhaps the rest will follow simply. Okay, the munchers drop down on top on that platform. I guess we need to jump on a shell again before it hits the on-off switch on the right side. I think that's the way to do it. You use the shell to hit the coins, but then you jump on a shell again to stop it. Because it seems like the on-off activation does in fact break everything. Too late. Okay, let's do this. There we go. I will need to grab that by going like this. 50 seconds. This is going to be a split. That's going to be 25 coins at that point, so we're going to need to go a little faster, probably. I mean, 1%, it can't be really all that tight. Seems like it's probably going to be relatively lenient, as long as we don't allow the switch to be activated. Whoops. And knowing Supernova, I mean, you know, he's not just going to give you 1-ups without also giving you the time to grab them if you wanted to do so. He's not going to just use those as troll 1-ups, although given this 69 level, who knows if he's playing by the usual principles that guide his level design. Okay. Don't know if I can afford this much time, probably not, but... Did I watch the new Batman movie? Yes, Terminator I have. I did see it. On its opening weekend. I don't know if you have as well, or whether you have any particular thoughts to share about it. Anyway, let's pop this. And let's pop that up. And yeah, feel free to discuss it. Like, I don't know how much we should do here for a spoiler protection for anybody who's trying to be cautious about that. I did need to... I can't activate the skull. I basically just need to take the hit and then damage boost out of there as quickly as possible. We're just not doing the initial read here, so we'll see. We can just fix up those minor issues. A lot of this is kind of a knowledge check. I mean, once you figure out how to grab the coins, it's fairly easy to recreate most of this without too many issues, apart from time. And I'll catch up on your comment in just a moment. You said you mostly disliked it? Yeah, that seemed likely to be controversial. I think the way I'll describe it is that I really admired the film that it was trying to be. I don't think it quite succeeded in doing that. I think there are definitely some things that are very artistically compelling about it in terms of what it wants to do. Yeah, I needed to jump down and grab those coins. I'm nowhere near a 69. It's looked like I would have finished on 39 there with very few seconds remaining, and maybe we would get like a 30 coin at the very end after we go through the door or something. Yeah, I think the issue that I have with it is that, you know, you have all these films that... This was true of Joker as well, separately, that try to create a certain throwback to the aesthetic of crime films that were definitely not superhero films from the 1970s in particular. and are kind of let down by the screenwriting in that the film is trying to construct this very delicate mystery plot. But there's not really any meaningful problem solving involved in it, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we missed the 3 coins that we needed for the POW at the very end. That's what I guessed would happen. And you're right about the Fincher influence as well, like, you know, a 7. And I actually haven't seen Fincher's Zodiac film, but like I think the Fincher style actually is pretty recognizable in this. There's quite a lot that's sort of a... I thought it was actually very much in keeping with wanting to model itself after like 1970s Coppola. Francis Ford Coppola seemed to be a big influence on it. To some extent, late period Hitchcock as well, particularly with the opening sequence with the Riddler's eye view. Very much kind of a classic Hitchcock-style surveillance introduction. And yeah, quite a lot to admire about the photography in general, I think. But no, my issue with a lot of films like that, as I was saying, was also true of Joker, is that like I can see visually the aesthetic that they're going for, and it comes off as a little bit superficial because the mystery plotting is mostly just following a trail of breadcrumbs rather than any kind of like actual problem-solving drama, which is characteristic of a lot of the best film noir. Where, you know, the thing that sort of defines film noir is that the mystery plot isn't actually the most important plot, right? Like there's something psychological that's going on beyond that. That is what the film actually becomes about, like, you know, some kind of systemic rot, some kind of corruption that is outside of the scope of the main mystery. And you can see that, you know, the Batman is trying to do that all over the place, is trying to set up that kind of thing with Gotham City, but ultimately, you know, the plotting doesn't really have the chops to make that happen, I think. So. But yeah, there's a lot I admire about it, but it's one of those films where, you know, it's more ambition than execution, if you know what I mean. I'm losing too much time to some of these jumps. I am taking a little bit too much height in certain places. Yeah, because just a few weeks ago I rewatched The French Connection for the first time in a long time. I hadn't seen it in possibly decades. And it is such an exquisite film. Like, it's just, you know, very crisply written and also just beautifully photographed. And the editing is just so incredibly snappy. Like, the car chase, I think, remains very famous and very fresh for a reason. But it's not just about a car chase, right? Like, it kind of follows so many eye lines in a film, and there's this incredible control of perspective when it comes to conveying what characters are seeing and what they understand about the mystery before them. And, you know, every Batman film, I think, tries very hard to be some other film. Like, if you think back to something like The Dark Knight, it was trying very hard to be Heat. Michael Mann's great crime classic of 1995. Yeah, every Batman film, I think, is always kind of consciously modeling itself after other pictures. And with varying degrees of success. Because, like I said, you know, you can only do so much with the aesthetic before you notice that the actual crime writing isn't holding up its end of the bargain. I wonder why it isn't at least conditioned. I think it must be because some of the coins are temporary and easily destroyed. I haven't really thought so much about the construction of this, though. Or maybe because some of the coins are based on the P-switch activation. So I would guess that maybe there were some off-screen coins that lifted the cap on the clear condition in order to compensate for the P-switches, and therefore would have perhaps made an all 69 condition impossible. It's fairly clear that you do need to go for every accessible coin, though. Okay. Icicle, please. Oh no, I needed that coin on the left. We botched this already. Nope, too fast. Too fast. Yeah, Terminator, I actually quite liked the Riddler in the film, but I'm a big fan of Paul Dano as a character actor. Loved him in There Will Be Blood. Just give me one moment, please. Sorry, I just need to be off mic for... We will continue. Once I've got my timing straightened out. And here we go. And yeah, so you knew it was a year 2 Batman. That's the other thing, is that it seems like every Batman film after a certain point in time, well, I guess maybe the Nolan series and this latest one, have all very clearly wanted to emulate The Long Halloween, which, as a Bat fan, I'm sure you know very well. And eventually, I'm sure they'll get Calendar Man into one of these films, but... I mean, in terms of the kind of style and the plot priorities of Long Halloween, I think ever since Batman Begins, they've really wanted to be explicitly inspired by that. You know, hence with continuing to bring characters like Falcone back in various iterations. Whoops. Yeah, gaining too much distance in a lot of these spots here. We'll see what we can do. And the damage boost segment here is always a bit of a timing challenge, but just go for it immediately. And then let's not forget that one stray coin. Whoops. Come on, Icicle. Took a little bit long on the Icicle there, but well. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I need to remember to grab that coin on the left, of course. And we should watch my timing for when I activate a P-switch, because we can add 10 seconds, or rather subtract 10 seconds from that, for the clock to give me an accurate picture of when the P-switch expiry is going to happen. So yeah, we'll go back and we'll make sure we watch the clock there. Let's not spend too much time on the Icicle this time. Activate that immediately. 25 seconds. I'm going to be a little bit slow here, I think. 16. Nope, too late. So yeah, I need to basically give myself like 2 seconds of padding there, or a second and a half of padding. You felt this riddler lacked a certain amount of sophistication and composure. Yeah. Also, I think sound is dead again. Just give me one moment to fix the sound and we'll continue this conversation. Just one moment. So yeah, Terminator, it won't surprise you to know that well, let's just say we had a certain swell of pride upon discovering that the Riddler, even once he had already obtained a certain amount of national notoriety for his crimes, still only managed to pull 500 followers on his channel. Somebody in the editing process kind of needed to look at that and, you know, clarify that that's nothing to be impressed with. Certainly not with that much attention on him at once. Like, I'm thinking of the live streamers who were kind of in the right place in the right time recently for the convoy blockades in Canada in late January, early February that you may have heard about in international news. Like, basically, just because of where all that stuff was located, you know, people who had previously just done YouTube channels, very quiet YouTube channels of walking and cycling around in the city, suddenly found themselves to be incredibly well positioned to do some of the closest protest coverage imaginable, and received huge attention for their channel. I mean, if a walking and cycling guy on YouTube can do that on YouTube just by being in the right place in the right time, I'm expecting the Riddler to actually pull some numbers. Okay, we're still 2 coins short. Actually, Terminator, I liked that setup with the Riddler talking about Bruce Wayne. But again, that's, you know, very much a kind of classic Hitchcock-style technique that you sort of put the character under this misapprehension about what another character actually means, and, you know, where you kind of have this miscommunication based on incomplete information. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that that's sort of in a suspense bag of tricks that, at its best moments, the new Batman film actually does get. It's more of a problem of putting it together into a more coherent package. Like, it's not about what the other person in a conversation knows, it's about what you are afraid he knows. And that's just out of Suspense 101. Whoops. Whoa, botched that. That's okay. Time is on my side. I don't know if I'll be able to clear this twice for clear number 69, but we'll try to do it for the content. There is enough that is tricky about the execution, though, that I kind of doubt my ability to do it. So if somebody else wants to clear this quickly before I do, just so we can get that clear on screen, that would be totally acceptable. And just watch me finish on like clear 70 or something and missed a moment entirely. Yeah, Terminator, ultimately that is my issue with the film, is that like there were a lot of things that made me say, I see what you are trying to do. A lot of things like that. Where, you know, like on paper, most of it sounded fantastic. But you really kind of need nuances, particularly in the screenwriting, to make that cohere. And so in the end, you kind of get this appearance of a mystery plot that isn't really a mystery plot, and that's the main dysfunction that the film has to work around. 25 seconds. We're gonna be maybe slightly tight on time here. Oh no. And like I said, need to subtract 2 seconds. So if we hit at 25, we need to jump at 17. No, we need to hit the shell. But yeah, if you think about it, Terminator, Batman doesn't really get to do very much from a problem-solving perspective. Like, just kind of follows clues as they're given to him, or the various solutions are just kind of outsourced, but there's very little, you know, piecing things together to be done. And I think that sense of people talking across each other is very much a part of that. Nope, slipped. And I'm already down to the mid-20 seconds or so, so I was way behind pace. So yeah, getting 2 consecutive clears on this might be a little out of reach for me, but we'll see if we can make it work. Like if we really clean up some of these patterns. And maybe... Nope. So I mean, Terminator, as somebody who's kind of a long-term Batman person, I guess. I mean, what would you consider your high point in Batman cinema? Like, what is it you're looking for? And what do you think has been done successfully? Because I kind of have varying ideas about that. And, okay, let's pop this. The Koopa is way too low. And yeah, actually, a lot of people Terminator, I gather, really do swear by the 1990s Batman animated series. I don't remember it well enough to say much about it specifically, because it's something that I haven't had the opportunity to return to since consuming a lot more Batman in adulthood, but it is something that I want to go back to completely at some point. Like, I think it's something I look forward to doing, is just to revisit the Batman animated series at some point. I did see Basket of Phantasm not too long ago. Like, within the last few years, I did have the opportunity to catch it in a cinema as part of a double feature with Lego Batman. But yeah, I totally grew up with the Adam West series. Same bat time, same bat channel. There's something to be said for a certain sentimental value that one attaches to that. Even if it's explicitly not what Batman films try to do anymore. Whoops, totally missed a helmet. They've remastered the whole series in 1080. I didn't realize that. I don't know if it's on a particular streaming service. I don't think I have it on any of my existing subscriptions, but that may be partly a regional discrepancy. And I know I've looked, like I was hoping to kind of catch up on it at some point, but no, bad timing. Yeah, we're totally not getting clear 69 on this, I think. Unless somebody gets clear 68 ahead of me. Just too many things precluding me from playing this consistently. Yeah, I used to collect so many DVD box sets, but haven't in probably about a decade or so. I've been really quite behind in collecting any physical media. I mean, mostly it's because I wasn't in a good situation to be continuing to gather more stuff, but anyway, let's pop this. Nope, missed. And yeah, I mean, Terminator is less a problem of availability for me than of time, to be honest. I very rarely sit through any television series, even if I want to. The Batman animated series, revisiting that is a pretty high priority, but like, what I don't understand is how people find a time for video games and television, because occasionally I wonder, wow, how do people have so much time to like watch an entire series and binge so many series at once? And I realize, oh, it's because most of them aren't playing video games as much as I am, and spending like incredible amounts of time on Mario Maker on top of all the other things that I play on a shorter term basis. But then to fit video games and television in your life, that's time management that I do not have. I do not know how to do. Yeah, okay. 22 seconds, we go at 24. Or 14, rather. There we go, perfect. Now we need to not miss. Well, we can try to make some attempts at doing it a second time, if the clear is still available. As the point of doing this was to try to get it. Oh, you know what? It was clear 70, so who got it ahead of me? Who got it ahead? Okay, so I actually didn't see who was most recent on this, so I guess maybe we just missed it. Like, we came in with 68 clears done, I think, and 67 or 68, and we were just slightly too late for it. That's okay. Missed opportunity. We were close. And yeah, let's see something else. Terminator, I don't know if I'll get to the revision of your puzzle right away. We have a couple of other things I want to take a look at first. I have to go through a pretty considerable recent list of stuff. Okay, we're way behind on Document, and his levels are usually a bit on the longer side with the sub 1% clear rates, and so I want to do one or two of these at least, since he isn't always around to submit. Yeah, we're way behind. We haven't done any of the 2022 stuff at all. Tower Escape, like I said, we'll save it. Let's do Ferryman's Toll. Collect the coins to pay the toll and reveal the path forward. Let's do that. We haven't been sick enough of collecting coins, apparently. Terminator, I don't know if you have any familiarity with the Telltale Batman adventure games, which are episodic games in 2 seasons. There's the season 1, and then there's The Enemy Within. And they are their own Batman universe, basically. Like, they do their own thing. I need to collect the coins to proceed. How do I do that? Do I need to drop in somewhere? Do I need to drop something that I can ride? Let's see. I think the coins mostly just, yeah, get me into position for some kind of activation to happen by proximity. Yeah, no, it's just 2 games that are in 5 parts, and they follow their own continuity. And have a pretty interesting spin on some of the characters. And The Enemy Within in particular is probably, of the ones that I've played, the best Telltale game, because Telltale like has this reputation of, you know, having, I guess, adventure games that are really kind of stripped down to the casual elements, where you don't have any real item puzzle interactions or whatever, but it's kind of pure dialogue with a little bit of light point and click, without the kind of puzzle element for which the classic point and click genre was renowned. Which means that their games kind of live or die based on... Ah, okay, so we need to kind of stall a bit, jump on a second bullet, then jump on the... Yeah, I get it. Because you need to cross a certain level to get the coins. Like, the idea is that you need to reach the height that is marked by the coins, and then that activates what you need afterwards. And so the idea would be that you need to ride the blue platform low enough to pass the level of the coins to lower the blaster that's holding up the blooper, and then you jump on an additional bullet to get out of that. I understand it. It's not exactly pick a path Terminator. I would say that it's more like, it's entirely the kind of like character-centric, dialogue-centric element of something like a party-based RPG, where it's all about the characters' relationships with each other that are built over the course of decisions that don't affect the overall plot very much, but do affect what characters think about each other's attitudes to various problems. And so, in the context of Batman, there's some really interesting stuff that goes on, particularly once you get into the second of the 2 games, The Enemy Within. Whoops, jumped too prematurely. And the reason I bring it up, Terminator, is because of what you said earlier about Batman's struggle to fight crime and his compassion to help the people he encounters. Because these games are very much, like, much more about playing as Bruce Wayne than they are about playing as Batman. Like, they're some of the most Bruce Wayne-centric Batman multimedia adaptations that I've seen anywhere, in fact. Where there's just a lot more attention to like his access to solving problems in that persona instead of just kind of dressing up as the bat all the time. Okay, so we need to cross the coin level, and then that will probably drop the pokey, and then we need to get to the other side, I'm guessing. Let's cross the coin level. Oh, okay, no, I didn't realize what we were jumping into. Except we can't jump on top of that anyway, because that traps you under a one-way panel. Alright, let's try to understand the logic of the level here. Yeah, we recently caught up on a lot of documents creations in Maker 1. But yeah, there's a really interesting thing that goes on. I don't want to spoil too much of it, but yeah, we cross the coin level, then we jump back out onto the platform on the left side. That's how we do it. We fall through the one-way panel, then we jump back up on the left. At that point, we will have passed the point where we crossed the coins, and that will drop the pokey a little bit later than I expected. Oh, whoops. No, we need to hit the coin level, of course. Yeah, so to go back to what I was saying about the Telltale games, you know, so many Batman narratives try to do this thing where they set up the villains as basically the same kinds of people and the same kinds of pathology, in terms of like Batman also being somebody who spends all his time in a costume and is sort of slightly outside the law, right? Like the whole thing that you see even in a new film with the idea that Batman creates the villains that he is surrounded by, right? Very familiar idea. Well, the thing that's unique about the Telltale games, and particularly the second one, is that it really kind of follows that through to its logical conclusion and says, okay, let's say that, you know, Batman is responsible for creating the Joker. Then how does that happen, and how do Batman's decisions affect the kind of person that the Joker turns out to be, for instance? And so that's kind of the idea that's developed very strongly in the second game, The Enemy Within, where, you know, not only is the Joker kind of emerging as this foil to Batman at this stage, but your decisions throughout the game kind of have a very material impact on how that happens, and so you really kind of get this sense of agency over this result of having created a major supervillain in your wake. But yeah, these games are on Switch, and they are occasionally on a very steep sale. Like, they go for 75% off every now and then, so... And they have a little bit of bugginess and jank to them, because many of Telltale games, frankly, kind of do. Like, I had a save file that totally broke on me in the first game, and did need to require me to like replay about an hour. But they're fairly cheap and accessible on Switch, and so if you're interested in game adaptations of Batman, like these ones are kind of a completely different experience than what you would get with things like the Arkham Asylum games, and so they're just a totally different idea of how to do Batman in a video game context. And I suspect you would find that pretty refreshing. But yeah, totally understandable that, you know, the whole idea of people rather watching it on YouTube is a criticism that some of the games have received in the past, in that they are very kind of dialogue and cutscene oriented, and that's just the core of the interaction, and that's just how it is, right? Like, they're not action games by any stretch. But there is a lot more nuance to the kind of choice and consequence element in the enemy within in particular that I think is going to be unique to each person's playthrough. Actually, just talking about it makes me want to play it a second time and do different stuff in it. Which is not often the case with Telltale games, because like often by the time you finish the game, like this was my sense with games like The Walking Dead, for instance, that usually by the time you finish, you learn enough about the game to realize that most of the choices are extremely artificial and don't branch out as much as they pretend to. Like, while you're playing, they kind of give you the illusion that you have tons of roads not taken and alternatives that could have been very interesting. And then you get to the end of the game and you realize, nope, there really isn't that much diversity to what you're doing here. And that was my issue with some of the other Telltale games, but the Batman ones, and the second one in particular, are much better than usual in that respect, in terms of giving you the sense that the choices have a really granular impact on the experience. Yeah, I heard that the Game of Thrones one was not very well regarded. Like, there was a certain period at which Telltale was basically taking on more licensed work than they could handle creatively. And so the Batman games were kind of their last hurrah in terms of, you know, the last really big creative success they had, I think, before the business went under. And as I understand it, they didn't sell very well, because at that point people kind of thought they had completely saturated what they wanted to get from the Telltale style just within a very short span of years. Like, Walking Dead would have been, what, 2012 or so? The Batman games were done with by 2018, and then the business collapsed. Like, basically from the top of the business to bankruptcy in 6 years, which was really a shocking decline. But yeah, I have no idea how the Game of Thrones one went. I understand that it's not very well liked. But I don't necessarily know why. But I totally get what you mean in terms of thinking that maybe you'd prefer that experience on YouTube instead. Or through streaming. No, whoops. Yeah, here you follow the goom to the left side. We know that already. It's just all about crossing the right lines. And having all these proximity-based interactions. I haven't been paying too much attention to what the triggers are. And because heading downwards, I kind of wonder what the activation is here in terms of what's lowering everything. Like, I guess you would be within spawning range of something that would, for example, you know, melt ice underneath or do something similar. This is my favorite Batman villain. Very good question. I'll have to think about that one. Yeah, you get on a Goom, you get on a stump, but at that point I haven't had the opportunity to cross the line yet, and so I don't see what the pattern is going to be. And I think I need to get safely on a stump first before I will be able to read that. Yeah, Terminator, I actually am quite fond of the Riddler, which is why I think it's almost too bad that in the recent film he was sort of undersold in a way that he was, in terms of not really playing to his strengths. But, yeah, very good question. Because, you know, the Batman villains tend to take on so many different forms across various versions of the whole thing. Yeah, I need to jump around the right side and loop back to the stump. And then I jump back on the Goomba, and then that crosses to the left. But I don't see how that crosses the line. I need to read that room a few times. Okay. But yeah, understanding this mechanic here, I think might help clarify what trigger I'm actually interacting with here, but okay, let's loop around the right side. Stump. Goom. And then, yeah, okay, I see. And then we need to bust the second thwomp. Ooh, I don't know how this is going to work. Because we needed to go below the line. Here. There we go. And then it's going to be kind of a shortish bounce there. I went too short. Terminator, have you played... I mean, surely you played Arkham City, right? Which was the last really memorable appearance of Mr. Freeze that I can think of. I'm one of those people who preferred Asylum to City as far as game design goes, but the Mr. Freeze fight in Arkham City is a solid boss fight. Like, it's a... You know, even for people who are normally not playing Batman games or action games, I think it's one of those boss fights that's kind of important to study if you're interested in boss design. And yeah, the first two Arkham games, that is the second one. Arkham City is the second one. Because it goes Asylum, City, Origins, and Arkham Knight. And those... It's not in plot order because Origins is a prequel. Yeah, so you played Asylum, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you enjoyed that style of game at all, but there is a pretty outstanding Mr. Freeze boss fight in the second game. That's, like I said, like really kind of a study in how to do a boss. In a series where I think the bosses are not really a high point. But, yeah, it's been probably a decade since I played any of that stuff, though. It's been a very long time. I find that I very rarely replay games nowadays. But so I haven't really gone back to much at all from that era in the early 2010s. Okay. Almost got whacked by the one-way panel, but we managed to make it through. Yeah, we go under. Yeah, then we jump on a bomb again. We don't need to detonate a bomb anywhere. We just need it to allow me to cross the line. The only function of the bomb is to allow me to cross the line. I don't think we're going to get anything else done with it there, judging from what I was seeing. It's not like you can do a spin kick in this SMB1 style anyway. So we don't have much control over where the bomb goes. It just gives you a second landing once you clip its wings. I think so anyway. That's how I understand this. Okay. Through we go. And through here. And again, on the stump. On the blooper, whoops. Yeah, so it's not really the shortest of short bounces. You do need to control that. Either that or I'm just landing too far to the left of the first blooper. Anyway, let's go around. Okay, bomb this guy. And through we go. Alright, let's try it again. Just a bit of an accuracy issue on that one. Yeah, most of this is pretty lenient. You just need to read the timings and some of the spacing for the controlled jumps as you go. And that spike right beside that door, just kind of enforcing a jump. I wonder what that's all about. I wonder if that's just there to deliberately slow the player down in case they're kind of doing this go, go, go method. They're trying to rush through everything. You know, just to give enough time for the first bullet to get out on the field. So you can ensure that the second bullet also gets out in time for the relevant interaction. Like, I mean, this first spike on this screen is pretty clear to enforce a jump, so you don't just slide off of that edge. Also, just to give you this prevailing sense of threat and preparation. And yeah, just kind of enforcing that you will need to jump, and so you get some of the timings cleaned up around that otherwise. Still late. And let's move up. Yeah, I remember that there was many, many years ago on one of the really big comics-related websites, a particularly notable hoax. Or, I mean, I don't know how much of it was sort of trying to fool people or if it was just kind of there mostly as a comedy piece, but the idea was that there was the rediscovery of a Batman film that could have been in the 1940s, directed by and starring Orson Welles. And you would pretty much have like this incredible cast built around him. You'd have, you know, Peter Lorre, Basil Rathbone, all of the great character actors of the era, playing the Rogues Gallery. It was fake, but, you know, very wishful thinking, and people eventually cut some fan trailers based on the concept, using a mix of footage from Orson Welles films as well as the 1940s Batman serial, which was the first kind of adaptation of it in motion. We have a checkpoint here. I raised a platform and then do what? I think I just need to... I mean, obviously I need to get on top of the platform and cross the coin line, but then the coin line is going to trigger something, possibly Thwomp or Claw based, that is going to drop something down here for me to jump on. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I thought they were probably going to be mole activations. Even judging by the previous room, the only thing that kind of gave me pause when thinking about whether this would be a mole-based mechanism was that everything seemed like it activated faster than you would expect of a mole. Like, the idea in the first section, when you're heading down below the coins, is that you would get within the mole spawning box, and then that would nudge the Bill Blasters and dislodge them. And here it's very clear that's what's going on. Because the thing about the moles is that as mechanism for triggering everything they do also works silently. You could tell that there wasn't anything using thwomps or bombs going on. And that moles are kind of based around that activation box that we know from that classic of Maker 2 puzzle mazes, Crawl Space by Saku. We needed to let the mole go over to the right. We go over to the blue platform first and then bounce on the mole when it comes across. I have to remember that some of these blue platforms do have wings and give me enough time to work with. Whoops. Mr. Electrodude. And Electrodude, if we clear this promptly, I may be able to fit in the Supernova birthday level you were trying to submit to me last time. Since, you know, given the current time zone issues and such, I know you can't really get into my queue very consistently. But we'll see if we have time. I was thinking I might finish on this one, but since you're here, we might be able to squeeze in one more. But we'll see. Okay, that's the right idea. I just need to do it faster. And passing the coin above the snake block is going to drop the next element after that. Whoops. So yeah, it makes total sense that looping moles or rocky wrenches perhaps in the previous section. Probably rocky wrenches, in fact, because rocky wrenches would do that thing where they come up and are able to drop directly through certain kinds of obstacles, like semi-solids, upon spawning. And so the more I think about it, the more I think that it probably was a Rocky Wrench Blaster stack that manages the mechanisms in the first section. And it would also be based on that sort of activation box logic that is also shared by the standard Monty Ball. And yeah, Electrodude, I mean, I'd love to have a chance to get to it. And we haven't really done that much Maker streaming lately, so... Nope, not high enough. Pretty sure that is it. I don't think I can get on top of the boost stack with the boot. At least not right away. Until I've made it over once. You hope the Scrabble tournament thingy was fun? It was tons of fun. I didn't do that well. I actually kind of performed slightly below my expected level. There were some rough patches here and there. It was... one of the first big events in terms of multi-day tournament events to have happened since the pandemic, really. Like, it's one of the first big post-resumption events, and it was great too because I got to meet up with a couple of people who I'd been hanging out with on Twitch, like over on the Scrabble and Word Game channels. And some of them I hadn't seen in person before, and some I had but hadn't seen in over 2 years. And yeah, Terminator, so you kind of get the idea of that fight, that it's this multi-phase fight that, unlike most of the boss fights in the Arkham games, really does encourage you to use the full Predator toolkit in a very adaptive fashion. So you have multiple solutions to the objectives in the fight, and depending on the order in which you approach those objectives, they kind of get locked away and they narrow down into other options. And it feels very dynamic in a way where, you know, there's an illusion of the boss having actual adaptive AI to respond to your tactics. Which is why I look at that boss fight and say, you know, people need to know this boss, like whether they're playing the game or not, or whether they're working in a completely different genre. Like, it's one of those boss designs that is a reference point. Whoops. Electrodude Atlantis, I see, you see, we all see. Which, while on the subject of Batman, reminds me of a particular scene in the Adam West and Burt Ward feature film from 1966, where they see the C for Catwoman and realize it means she must be in the sea, in the submarine. It's absolutely ridiculous, but also wonderfully charming as the kind of, you know, wordplay solution to a problem of international crime that only something as campy as the 1960s Batman could truly get away with. Oh, whoops. We got to watch the momentum on the thing here. And Terminator, you're saying another thing that bothered you is Batman's invulnerability. He does take quite a bit of punishment. Which is kind of odd for a film where, you know, everybody, all the characters seem to be operating on a lower budget than usual, I guess, and are trying to work with a bit more physical vulnerability than you usually see in a superhero film. And it's very true that that's kind of discordant when you think about just how much punishment Batman can take. Okay. Oh, bad timing. Because of the way the boot bounces as I move, I will not be able to sneak under the mole. I do have to go over. We did go over successfully on a previous attempt. I just didn't follow it up with a way that was able to get me across. It's a bit of a tricky obstacle, that's for sure. Nope, miss. Ever watch Gotham Knight animation? I don't think I know what that is. But maybe if you remind me, I might recall that. I know there's an upcoming co-op game called Gotham Knights, I believe, but it's like a co-op multiplayer service game or something, and it didn't seem to interest me too much. Compilation of short films with different styles of animation. Interesting. No, I was not aware of it. So kind of like the Animatrix, or what was more recently done with the Star Wars Visions, which was not released with proper subtitles. An act of gross negligence. Whoops. Okay. How? Is it that I need to hit one of the boos on the edge with the boo stack or something? Because I'm not gaining the height I need to actually make it without popping one of the boos. I don't seem to be able to get enough height to make that happen. Whoops, no, too soon. What do you think about that? And yeah, Terminator, I should look into that. I've been out of touch with Batman for some time. Like I mean, despite watching so many of the films. Like, I did this thing in the 2000s, I suppose, where I was kind of catching up on a lot of the major graphic novel storylines collected in trade paperback. So, you know, things like Year One, Long Halloween, obviously Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns. A lot of the big publications like that had gained a lot of notoriety on their own. And just to familiarize myself with, you know, what was going on with Comics Batman and get up to date. But that was a while ago, and, you know, that is now itself no longer up to date, I suppose. If I pass the coin line, something else is going to drop for me on the left side. I don't know what. That is a tricky, tricky timing. And yeah, it was pretty interesting to see just how engaged the Arkham games were with a lot of the newer comics material. I mean, if you looked at the sort of average Batman audience outside of comics, like among people who don't follow the comics at all, I think you'd find a lot of people who just never knew what was going on with like the additional Robins and the first Robin becoming Nightwing and Batgirl becoming Oracle and so on. Like a lot of the stuff that, you know, I think people who follow comics Batman take totally for granted as being long established parts of the lore in whatever continuity you're working with. If your Batman exposure is mostly through things like film, a lot of that material has remained unexplored. I suppose with the Zack Snyder films with Ben Affleck, they were implying in the setting that at that point Dick Grayson at least was already dead. But there was... yeah, there was a ton of material left to explore. I did finally, speaking of Batman on film, recently I did finally watch the 4-hour Zack Snyder's Justice League. I never saw the original cut, nor did I have much interest in doing so, but out of curiosity I did sit through that whole extravaganza. And I don't really watch superhero films that often, as people here know. I make fun of the Marvel films all the time. How am I? Oh, no, it's a winged boot. It's a winged boot. I need to float with it and then get up to the coins with the float. I didn't even notice the wings. That's the issue. Okay, no, that solves that problem. I need to get over the booze first, and then that will buy me enough space to do the flutter jump with the boot. And the flutter jump gets me enough height for the coins. And then we need to get something that appears on the bottom left after that. Probably a mole that allows me to proceed with the boot, but we'll have to go back and see that. Ah, no, the boot actually drops immediately from that column, so I'm not expecting a second thing on that column, and that's already the column for activating the boot. What a bunch of jokers. Exactly, Electro Dude. Xenoblade Joker is best Joker, apparently. Electro Dude, you would notice it. Does Shulk have that line in Smash? I actually have no recollection of whether he does. Because I know you're a Smash person. I didn't know if you'd played Xenoblade itself. Okay, we got it. Oh. Wait a minute, I thought the boot had wings. Why did I think the boot had wings? Because I did the coin that time with no winged boot. Okay, no, the boot doesn't have wings. Maybe I was looking at the mole. But you can make that jump without the winged boot. Like a normal boot is sufficient if you really lean into the jump. And the Terminator, if we never saw the tattoo damage on his forehead, how would we ever know? Oh, you mean the Jared Leto design? Yeah, I never watched the Suicide Squad films, so didn't have much of a context for that portrayal of the character, but that's what it is. You binged Chugga Conroy's Xenoblade 1 and 2 playthroughs over the last few weeks. Like, wouldn't they run into hundreds of hours? And yeah, I'm actually very excited in some ways for Xenoblade 3. I'm sort of dreading it, because I know how long these games take me. Like, when I saw that Xenoblade 3 was releasing, or set to release in 2022, I think I did say, oh no, to myself. Because I was not prepared to have to set aside an extra 100 hours this year. Xenoblade is a series that I have maybe a weird relationship with, in that I consistently put in preposterous amounts of time in the games, but I also, you know, have my share of problems with them. I really enjoyed 2, though. I mean, 1 is fine too, but 1 is better than I remembered, in fact, when I went back to it in the definitive edition. But the Xenoblade games, you know, they have this mix of things that don't quite work for me with things that work exceptionally well. Like, they're very good at the things that they're good at. But yeah, like, out of Xenoblade 2, I think like about 20 hours of it is cutscenes anyway, so if you were watching somebody else's playthrough of it, that would have been quite the experience. Yeah, it's about 20 hours worth of cutscenes, if I recall. The Xenoblade 2 expansion, Torna the Golden Country, which is kind of a standalone game on its own, is very nice. I refer to it often because it is proof that it is still possible to do a JRPG in, you know, about 20 hours, and that to do so is in fact maybe quite a lot more sensible. I missed a mole. Oh, okay, and I get dunked. I'm supposed to drop off the claw, jump off the boot, get on the mole, and then there's a particular sequence there that I just didn't read quickly enough. What game I felt had the best movie story? What do you mean by that? Like, in terms of games that have a good non-interactive plot element to it? Is that what you mean? Like, where the non-interactive parts worked out well? Because if that's your question, I actually do not think I've changed my answer to that since 1998. And that would be Grim Fandango. But yeah, a lot of the kind of modern, you know, cinematic stuff like Last of Us and so on. Like, I actually do watch those on stream. I don't really play those. And that's just been my experience with them. And so, you know, there's a lot of stuff in those where I kind of watch them casually to study what's going on with some of the design and the cinematography and animation. You know, just in terms of what they do with composition and such. I don't find that, like, that kind of so-called cinematic experience is usually what I'm looking forward to as a player. It's pretty rare that I'll kind of get into that as a player. But, okay. We need more room. Dodging the booze. Yeah, we hit the first layer of coins, it spawns the bullet, we get up there again, jump on a bullet, and hit the second layer of coins, and that's going to smash the pokey wall. We know that. Just need to Fix it up. And Chess Bunzo, you love the LucasArts games? Yeah. I revisited a couple of them within the last few years, and Day of the Tentacle is a game that I just respect more and more, like every time I return to it. I always loved it, but it's one of those where to go back into it with fresh eyes really gives you an appreciation of just how far ahead of its time it was in terms of puzzle structure. Like, it's got this ambition to its overall structuring devices that I still think has not really been matched, in which the game developers are generally not crazy enough to attempt again. And it's one of those things that, like, you don't necessarily even pick it up about the game unless you map it out and study it. And like, you know, even Tim Schafer himself, after having made Day of the Tentacle when he was in his early 30s, maybe, or even earlier than that, late 20s, maybe. Like, even he never quite attempted puzzle design in his own adventure games that was quite as ambitious. And I do love his games, it's more that, like, puzzle structure just kind of peaked with Tentacle, and for understandable reasons, just given its complexity. Whoops, so that was a mistake. Needed to drop the boot in there, reclaim the boot, get back down, and get on the mole. Yeah, once you get on the mole, then there should be a bullet that spawns from the blaster that I dropped at the end of that sequence. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really generally somebody who plays video games for the plot, and I tend to be, in spite of having liked a lot of games that do fall into that category, I tend to be a bit of a pessimist when it comes to the capacity of games for narrative. Not because of anything specific to the medium or any of the old arguments about whether games are art or any of that silly stuff, but because I think, culturally speaking, given the budget scale and the target audience for most games, and also just the kind of culture of the people who get into designing games in the first place, that there's a lot of stuff that's creatively restricted by who's involved and what their interests are. Like, there's, you know, a lot of assumptions that you have to work in this genre fiction space, for instance. A lot of assumptions about, like, what people expect from things like plot continuity and storytelling style, I suppose. Where basically, I think, you know, video games as a medium feel creatively restricted when it comes to narrative, not for technical reasons, but for social reasons. And it's a tricky argument to get into in detail while I'm also trying to play Mario, but okay, barely made it out of there. There we go. Exactly what I wanted. Yeah. Blew that right away. Yeah, we crossed a coin line. After we hit the cannonball on the other side, we will have a new platform to land on that will have spawned at that point. After all that effort to complete this bit, too. Because that's a pretty tricky sequence with Claw at the end. It looks very risky. Okay, if you plan out the direction of travel for the boost stack, this isn't so bad. Yeah, I recently off-stream played Disco Elysium, which is a very... I mean, it's pretty much entirely a narrative game. It's entirely script-driven, even though it is in the kind of isometric computer RPG format. And that was an interesting experience. Like, it's practically a text adventure that just has the graphical element there for, you know, visual context and things to click on. But at its core, it's, you know, only a few steps away from text adventure. And that was an interesting experience because like, it was one that really sort of thinks about the idea of a character's spec sheet in an RPG in a totally different way, where it's all about, you know, the interiority of one's personality is the thing that you put points into, and had a very granular level of detail. And so you would spend a game basically just building out what your psychological biases are, and that would affect how you engage with the plot as it happens. And so narratively, that's one of the few games I can think of that really sort of went into depth of with the psychology of the player character actually having politics and biases, and I guess you know, forms of mental conditioning that really affect their outlook on life and the decisions that are available to them in turn. Okay, let's unlock this. Get around here, get around here. Luckily, the boos give you plenty of space to work with. One of the issues was that we were off camera for that boot earlier. There we go. Just needed to wait a little bit for that mole. Wait a little bit for this cannonball. And that's a little bit low. It looks like we're almost there if you look at all the bonus coins at the end. It seems like the bonus coins will be one last big coin line that will likely get us to the finish. It's just one of those artistic flourishes that communicates to you that the end is near. Or so it seems. Okay. Plenty of space away from those boos. Not so much space that we can despawn the stack or anything, but, you know, we'll play through it the sensible way. And, yeah, didn't get quite enough height off that mole. I want full height off that mole. There is no reason not to take it, unless the bullet is really kind of overshooting me towards the right. Whoops. Okay, let's pop this again and see what we can do here. And down we go. Up the bullet, and we want to go pretty much in a straight line so we ensure that we drop back into the boot even when it comes off camera. What happened to that bullet? No bullet? I was expecting a bullet. I probably didn't get into position on the right side quickly enough to get within bullet blaster range, given that it's not going to fire at me until that point. Or so it seems. Oh, whoops. Let's pay attention here. Also, it looks like my network has been a little bit shaky. Do let me know on the viewer side if you're experiencing too much visual lag. This has been an effect that's just suddenly taken place in the last few minutes, I think. As far as I know, that we have a bit of network slowdown for whatever reason. And so if we're seeing a laggy and choppy image, that may be a sign that we should wrap up soon. Normally the network here is rock solid. I mean, I have performance issues on the computer, on the hardware side, but that's too late, that jump. It is a tiny bit choppy, okay. Yeah, it seemed like it was just a spike one in the last few minutes where I'm looking at my bitrate chart and it's not very stable. But we'll see if we can weather the storm here and complete the level with some decent footage. Luckily not too visually intense a level with all these black backgrounds everywhere. There we go. And there we go. That gives you something to jump on, and then we need to not miss a flagpole. So yeah, hopefully some of that footage was survivable. We are lag spiking pretty hard, so... Yeah, Electro Dude, I was hoping to play yours, but let's see if the network holds up. It looks like it might be clearing up now at the end of that level. We can at least take a quick look at it, Electro Dude. If I hit a wall with it, we might not stick with it too long, but it's on my list. I'll just try to spin that up. And if the network is kind of breaking up on me again going into your level, then we may have to call it early, but we'll see. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. A fantastic level by Document. And we've got yet more to catch up on eventually, but we'll work through what we can, one level at a time. So, Electro Dude, I believe that this is the one we're looking for. Breaking the Ice, double birthday level for Supernova, and a real-life friend of yours. And, yeah, network is still kind of unstable, but we'll see if we can get some decent footage for you here. And we'll try to avoid the thing that happened with Luca's level where I did the hard mode and accidentally skipped over to Cake. But yeah, decently high clear rate by our standards, so we'll take a look. Love the snowmen around the cake design. And then, okay, let's try to make this work. Oh, okay. No, it's a kind of time to defense level. Interesting spin on this concept. I've seen it with things like shells before, but not with the fire flower and ice. What did we die to there? I got squashed. So I think we missed something, didn't we? Oh no, the track goes that way. Okay, I see. And so I was a little bit late on burning up that block because it comes around a corner on the track and crushes me from the side. That's how all of these blocks operate. In fact, all of them are based on threat of crushing you from the side. Okay. And then checkpoint. A bunch of suspiciously breakable walls on either side. Oh. There are 2 cakes and the last part is timed to the beat. Okay. Oh wait, was I supposed to go through this door? I hit checkpoint, I open up a wall. I feel like opening up the wall was maybe the optional thing, right? Or am I wrong? Okay, 2 cakes. That's right. The other one has the snowman. Oh, whoops. We're grounded here. Let's not die to the candles. Whoop. Almost died to the candles. Okay, we've seen the cake. So yeah, we need to take advantage of the deflection ahead of time. We can't just shoot everything from point blank with the tracks coming in from the side. Nope, need to watch out for what's going to hit me first here. Yeah, very interesting spin on the kind of fixed position left-right defense concept. Like I said, we've seen a couple of variations on it before, just nothing quite like this. Very good. Here's a checkpoint, and then let's check for more cake. 2 cakes. And yeah, we didn't really manage to get in position to smash any of this stuff. I don't think we can. Because the spin jump would take me too high. Fire flower would also melt this stuff on the side, which would mean we can't jump on it. That's okay. Anything here? Nope. Okay, you said it's time to the beat. I was attempting to do so, but let's account for this. Yeah, it looks like it's just tapping to the rhythm, if we can manage it. I'm totally not tapping to the rhythm anymore. Okay, we made it. I started out tapping to the rhythm, and then that idea just kind of fell apart as soon as I hit some cooldown times that were maybe slightly less convenient. And we'll totally miss the gold tape at the end, just for extra negative style points. Okay, thank you for that. A very appropriately named level, Breaking the Ice. And, yeah, I guess it does, doesn't it? Cakes. There was a level I wanted to see again earlier for comments, in fact. Let's... Because there was one that I said I liked the comment art for it, but we turned it off because it was... Oh, let's just go through a bunch of the art, in fact. Just to see what people have been doing. Because this one had like this really interesting introductory illustration. And yeah, I knew it was Luca from the style. Like this card was kind of right at the beginning of the level. Threading the needle. And, yeah, not too many clears today, but that's because we had a really huge adventure on that first puzzle level. And so, yeah, that will be all I have time to do today. We're just going to... Woo, look at some of the artwork. Look at Glitch. Glitch delivering a muscular traffic light. Because that's what we associate with traffic lights. So yeah, Electro Dude, we barely missed out on clear number 69 for this. I was trying to get clear number 69 on stream, and somebody beat me to it. Hilarious. What a great sense of humor. I guess now that Supernova is old enough to appreciate that kind of thing. And did we look at this one? Can you please make a level where there is Alexa and you can ask her to do... No. But if you did, it would be an Amazon level and therefore set in the forest theme. And oh, Choo Choo. I guess that is the face of death, when death is like a coin. Sequel could be Ferryman's Troll. Very well put, Gilmore. But yeah, you were saying it's really difficult to make something like that exactly timed to the beat. Yeah, I'm glad that it was lenient enough that I didn't necessarily have to do it that way, because I think Electro Dude had something with a longer cooldown like the Super Ball would lead to situations where something like tapping to the beat would be much more strictly enforced. It might not necessarily be fun for the player because of the long cooldown, but it seems like it would probably be strict enough that it would be more conducive to that concept than a Fire Flower would be, maybe. Obviously, with a Super Ball, you're dealing with totally different interactions, but that's just the first thing that comes to mind. And Undertale Dog Boat. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, that's all we're covering today. Plans for the streams ahead. We will try to come back for a nice, chunky viewer level session tomorrow. And next week, I'm hoping to do mainly puzzle streams. I don't know if we'll have time for Super Korean World. I do want to fit in Super Korean World at some point. I just don't know if it will be that soon. Because, of course, we have to accommodate Kirby, which is going to come out a week from now. Which, again, I don't know if I'll play it right on launch day. We might do it after the weekend, but Kirby is something I'm pretty likely to feature. And so we'll just squeeze in all the Mario Maker we can between now and then, and hopefully it will be plentiful. So, thank you for everybody who stopped by for a relatively quiet but still very pleasant stream where I managed to get warmed up on a couple of things in this game again. We'll send you on to somebody else very shortly. But in the meantime, thanks for watching. Enjoy everything it is you're playing. Hopefully the footage today was not too choppy. And we'll go back over to VOD afterwards and inspect the damage. But regardless, stick around for the raid. Thank you so much for coming by. And until we meet again, fare thee well.